Welcome to MrNightfall, and if this is your first time here, you're in the right place. Tonight, we'll explore long, immersive, paranormal experiences and unexplained phenomena, perfect for relaxing and drifting into sleep. If you enjoy the stories, like the video, subscribe, and comment where you're listening from. Get comfortable and let the night begin. Story 1. My sleep tracker records hours. I wasn't asleep and conversations I didn't have. The ad was too good to be true. Cozy room and historic Victorian, utilities included, $450 a month. Below, a grainy photo showed a high-ceilinged space with ornate crown molding and sunlight streaming through a large window onto faded floral wallpaper. The address was on the edge of town near the old mill district, an area slowly being reclaimed by weeds and silence after the factory closures. I was desperate. My last apartment had been a shoebox above a perpetually clattering laundromat, and the rent hike had been brutal. This felt like a lifeline, even with the vague warning in the listing, property is being slowly restored. Tenant must be understanding of minor quirks. I didn't ask what those quirks were. I just packed my duffel bag and my laptop, the only things that mattered, and showed up with a month's rent in crumpled bills. The house wasn't Victorian. It was a decaying 3-story monstrosity, more Gothic than cozy, its once grand facade obscured by overgrown ivy that looked less like decoration and more like a suffocating shroud. Paint peeled from the clapboard siding in long leprous strips. Several windows on the upper floors were boarded up with warped plywood. The front porch sagged dangerously in the middle. My new landlord, Mr. Henderson, was a gaunt man in his 70s with watery eyes and fingers stained yellow from nicotine. He didn't offer a handshake, just jangled a heavy ring of keys and led me up the creaking steps, the wood groaning beneath our weight like old bones. "The room's on the second floor, back corner," he rasped, unlocking the heavy front door. The smell hit me first, damp plaster, mildew, and something else, faintly sweet and cloying, like forgotten fruit left to rot in a closed cupboard. Water's on, electricity's mostly reliable. Bathrooms down the hall shared, kitchen's yours to use, but the fridge is temperamental. Don't touch the 3rd floor, renovation stalled, unsafe. He didn't elaborate. He showed me the room. It was large, with the high ceilings and ornate molding from the photo, but the sunlight was weak, filtered through grime-caked glass. The floral wallpaper was torn in places, revealing water-stained plaster beneath. The single bed was thin and lumpy, covered by a scratchy wool blanket. A bare bulb hung from the ceiling. The only other furniture was a rickety wooden chair and a small scarred dresser missing one drawer pull. The quirks were immediately obvious. A persistent drip from the ceiling into a chipped enamel bowl in the corner, a deep, unsettling chill that seeped through the floorboards no matter how high I turned the ancient radiator, and the silence. Not peaceful quiet, but a thick, watchful hush, broken only by the groans of the old house settling, pops and cracks that sounded too much like footsteps in empty hallways. "It's perfect," I lied, forcing a smile. Henderson just nodded, handed me a single key on a tarnished ring, and vanished down the stairs without another word, the front door clicking shut behind him with finality that echoed in the oppressive stillness. The first night was strange, not terrifying, just deeply unsettling. The house noises were constant. The drip, drip, drip into the bowl, the groans and sighs of old timber, the wind whistling faintly through unseen cracks. I'd lie awake, listening to the city sounds fade miles away, replaced by this intimate alien symphony of decay. Sleep was elusive. My phone, with its familiar glow, became my anchor. I'd scroll mindlessly, the blue light a tiny shield against the darkness. That's when I remembered the app. Sleep Well, a free download I'd tried months ago and abandoned. On a whim, fueled by exhaustion and the need for something to feel normal, I reinstalled it. It promised detailed sleep analysis. Deep sleep, light sleep, REM cycles, even snoring detection. I set it up, placing my phone face up on the bare nightstand beside the bed, and finally drifted off, the app's gentle chime marking the start of my sleep session. I woke at 3:07 a.m., parched. The room was freezing. The radiator had gone cold hours ago. I fumbled for my phone to check the time, my thumb accidentally unlocking the screen. The Sleep Well app was still running. Out of curiosity, I opened it. It showed I'd fallen asleep at 11:48 p.m. Good. But it also showed I'd been in light sleep from 1:15 a.m. to 1:58 a.m. I didn't remember waking up. I certainly didn't remember being awake for over 40 minutes. I dismissed it as a glitch. Cheap app. Old phone. Strange house playing tricks on my tired mind. The next night, the cold was worse. The drip, drip, drip seemed louder, more insistent. I woke again, shivering violently, needing water. 2:33 a.m. I grabbed my phone. Sleep Well showed another anomaly. Awake, 1 Urdu a.m., 1:47 a.m. Again, a solid 45 minutes I had no memory of. A prickle of unease ran down my spine. I checked the app's sound detection feature, which I'd enabled for snoring analysis. It had recorded something, not snoring, a low rhythmic sound almost like humming, but distorted, watery. I played it back. It was faint, buried under the drip of the leak and the wind, but unmistakable. A tuneless, off-key hum that seemed to come from the corner near the dripping bowl. I turned on the bedside lamp, heart pounding. The room was empty, just shadows dancing on the peeling wallpaper. I told myself it was the pipes. Old houses have strange sounds. I drank water, forced myself back to bed, but sleep wouldn't come. I lay rigid, listening to the hum replaying in my head, convinced I could still hear its faint echo beneath the drip. Night 3. The cold was a physical presence, seeping into my marrow. I wore 2 sweaters to bed. I fell asleep quickly, exhausted. Woke at 4:18 a.m., drenched in a cold sweat that had nothing to do with temperature. My throat was raw. I reached for my phone. Sleep Well showed a massive block of awake time, 12:03 a.m. to 3:51 a.m., nearly 4 hours. Impossible. I'd been dead to the world. But the app didn't lie. And beneath the sleep graph, in the recorded audio snippets section, there were 3 entries. I tapped the first one, recorded at 12:17 a.m. My own voice, thick with sleep, mumbled, "Too cold. Turn the heat up." But I hadn't said that. I hadn't been awake. The second snippet, 1:48 a.m. A different voice, soft, feminine, but with a strange, dry quality like pages turning in a very old book. It said clearly, "The damp gets into everything, even the dreams." I froze. The voice wasn't coming from the phone speaker. It felt like it was whispered directly into my ear in the silent room. I scrambled out of bed, flicking on the light. Nothing. Just the dripping bowl, the shadows, the oppressive cold. My breath fogged in the air. The third snippet, 3:02 a.m., chilled me to the core. It was my voice again, but sharp, alert, and utterly unfamiliar. I was saying, I know the cracks in the plaster. I know the loose floorboard by the door. I know the weight of the key in your pocket. Then the dry, papery voice replied, calm and intimate, good, then you know where you sleep. I deleted the audio files. I almost deleted the app. But a terrible, morbid curiosity held me. Maybe it was a bug. Maybe the microphone was picking up voices from the street, distorted by the old walls. I needed proof it wasn't me. I set up my old digital voice recorder, a cheap thing I used for lectures, placing it on the floor near the bed, pointed towards the corner with the dripping bowl. I kept the Sleepwell app running on my phone. I needed corroboration. I slept fitfully, haunted by the recorded words, woke at dawn, stiff and exhausted. The recorder's red light was still blinking. I grabbed it, fumbling with the playback button. The first hour was just the drip, the wind, the house, settling. Then at 1:15 a.m., my own voice, clear and wide awake, filled the tiny speaker. Why do you hum? I hadn't been awake. I hadn't spoken. A pause, then the dry, papery voice, closer this time, as if leaning over the recorder. It keeps the silence from talking back. The silence here, it has teeth. My blood turned to ice. I fast-forwarded more house sounds. Then, at 2:41 a.m., my voice again, sharper. Who are you? Another pause, longer this time. The dripping seemed to slow. Then, the voice, so close it made me flinch. The dry rustle like dead leaves skittering on stone. I am the one who minds the gaps, the spaces between the boards, the hollows behind the walls, the place where the warmth stops and the cold begins. I am the watcher in the long night. Fast forward again. 3:30 a.m. My voice, trembling now but still not sleepy. What do you want? The voice didn't hesitate. It was calm, patient, terrifyingly reasonable. I want the warmth you carry, the sound of your breath, the rhythm of your blood. It's been so long since anything lived here properly, since anything slept in this room. I remembered a woman who lived here. She hummed too, until the damp got into her lungs, until the cold got into her bones. She stopped humming. I couldn't listen anymore. I deleted the recording. I deleted the Sleepwell app. I packed my duffel bag with shaking hands, throwing in clothes haphazardly. I had to get out. Now, Henderson be damned, I'd lose the rent. I didn't care. I grabbed my keys, my phone, my wallet, and yanked open the bedroom door. The hallway was darker than I remembered. The single bare bulb at the far end flickered weakly. The air was thick and cold, smelling strongly of that sweet, rotting fruit odor. I hurried towards the stairs, my footsteps loud on the bare wood. Halfway down the hall, I stopped. From my room, behind the closed door I just left, came a sound, not dripping, not groaning, timbre, humming, tuneless, off-key, exactly as it had sounded on the app's recording. It was soft but clear, emanating from the space where the dripping bowl sat. It wasn't coming from the room. It felt like it was coming from inside the walls themselves, vibrating through the floorboards beneath my bare feet. I ran down the creaking stairs, through the shadowed parlor, fumbling with the heavy front door lock. The key stuck. I jiggled it frantically, the humming growing louder behind me, seeping under the bedroom door and flowing down the hallway like a cold, invisible mist. It wasn't just in my room anymore. It was in the air, thick and cloying, The lock gave. I stumbled out onto the sagging porch, the weak morning light blinding after the house's gloom. I didn't look back. I ran down the overgrown path to the street, my breath ragged, the tuneless hum echoing in my skull long after the house was out of sight. I crashed on a friend's couch for 3 days. I didn't tell them why. I just said the place was a dump, the landlord creepy. I needed a break. At night, lying on the unfamiliar sofa, I'd lie perfectly still, listening, not for dripping or groaning wood, but for that specific dry hum. It never came. My friend's apartment was warm, noisy with the sounds of the city outside, traffic, distant music, life. I felt safe, mostly. On the 4th day, broke, but resolved, I found a tiny studio apartment above a busy bakery. The rent was higher, but it was bright, clean, and smelled of yeast and sugar. No dripping bowls, no oppressive silence, no 3rd floor. That first night in my new place, I slept deeply, exhausted, but untroubled. In the morning, feeling human again, I did something foolish. Driven by a need to prove to myself it was over, that it had been stress, a faulty app, an overactive imagination in a creepy house, I reinstalled Sleepwell. Just for one night, to confirm it was clean. I placed my phone on the small bedside table, just like before. I fell asleep easily, the comforting aroma of baking bread drifting through the window. I woke at 2:17 a.m., not cold, not thirsty, just aware. The room was warm. The city sounds were a distant lullaby, but I felt a presence, a stillness deeper than sleep. I reached for my phone, my fingers numb. The Sleepwell app was open. It showed I'd fallen asleep at 11:03 p.m., but it also showed a single stark block of awake time, 1:48 a.m., 2:15 a.m., and beneath it, one audio snippet. I didn't want to play it. My hand trembled. The warm, safe room suddenly felt thin, flimsy, like paper walls. I pressed play. My own voice came first, calm, clear, utterly awake. "You followed me." A pause. Then the dry, papery rustle, softer than before, intimate, coming not from the phone speaker, but seeming to vibrate in the very air of the small room right beside my ear. "The gaps are everywhere, little warmth, between walls, between breaths, between waking and sleep. I know where you sleep now." The app notification popped up silently on the screen as the recording ended. "Next session recommended, 11 ox to p.m. Sleep well." I threw the phone across the room. It hit the wall and clattered to the floor, the screen shattering. I curled into a tight ball on the mattress, pulling the scratchy blanket over my head, squeezing my eyes shut. The warmth of the bakery apartment was gone. I felt the deep, marrow-numbing cold of that old room seeping up from the floorboards of this new place. The drip, drip, drip wasn't there, but I heard it anyway, a phantom rhythm in my skull. And beneath it, so faint I might have imagined it, but I knew I hadn't, the tuneless hum began again, not from the walls this time, from the space just behind my own closed eyes. It wasn't outside anymore, it was inside, minding the gaps, watching the long night within me. I lay there, rigid, in the warm, safe dark, listening to the sound of my own breath, wondering whose rhythm. The cold. Silence was counting. The hum didn't stop. It never stopped. It just waited for the warmth to fade. It knew where I slept. It knew. It knew. It knew. The night grows deeper as we leave this story behind and move on to the next. The radio in my car plays stations that don't exist anywhere. I bought the 9x8 Buick Park Avenue because it was the only thing my frayed credit could handle after the layoff. Rain sheeted down the windshield as I signed the papers in Mr. Henderson's cluttered office above his used car lot. The scent of mildew and stale coffee hung thick in the air. He avoided my eyes while sliding the keys across the desk, his knuckles swollen with arthritis. "Run smooth," he mumbled, tapping the odometer with a yellowed fingernail. "Needs new tires, but the radio's the real issue. Acts up after midnight. Sold as is." He wouldn't say more, just took my crumpled bills and vanished into a back room that smelled faintly of wet dog and motor oil. I didn't care about the radio. I needed wheels. The Buick's vinyl seats were cracked. The odometer read 108 FM, 342 miles, and the glove compartment latch was held together with duct tape. But it started on the first try, the engine a deep, reassuring purr that vibrated through the steering wheel. I drove home, through the downpour, heater blasting, feeling a flicker of hope for the first time in months. The first skip happened that same night. I was driving back from a late shift at the diner, exhaustion making my eyelids heavy. The digital clock on the dash glowed 1:47 a.m. I flicked on the radio to stay awake, twisting the dial past static-filled country stations and tinny pop hits. Then, between 98.7 and 99.1, the static cleared. Not music, a voice, calm, female, Midwestern accent, warm as honey. "And the lilacs are blooming early this year, Martha, heavy with rain. Smells like forgiveness on the wind." It crackled slightly like an old recording, but the words were crystal clear. I slowed the car, squinting at this dial. No station number showed on the display, just static lines. I pressed the seek button. The voice vanished, replaced by a garbled news report about a missing hiker. I shook my head. Stress. Sleep deprivation. I turned the radio off. It happened again, 3 nights later. 11:59 p.m. I was driving past the abandoned textile mill on the edge of town, the skeletal remains of smokestacks silhouetted against the moonlit sky. The radio was off. I hadn't touched it. Yet music swelled from the speakers. A slow, haunting piano melody I'd never heard before, melancholic and familiar all at once. The digital display flickered. 3:17 a.m. I checked my phone. 12:02 a.m. The piano played on, notes resonating deep in my chest. Then a man's voice, rough but gentle, whispered over the keys. "She's waiting by the river bend, Daniel, where the willows weep. She remembers the locket. She remembers the lie." My hands tightened on the wheel. "My name is Daniel. I've never owned a locket. I killed the ignition at a red light." The piano died mid-note. The display reset to 12:03 a.m. When I restarted the car, the radio stayed silent. But the scent of wet earth and river water clung to the air inside the Buick, thick and cloying. I stopped using the radio. I drove in silence, windows down even in the cold, filling the cabin with the roar of wind and tires on wet asphalt. But the car remembered. One Tuesday, stuck in gridlock near the old courthouse, the static returned, not loud, a low hum beneath the traffic noise. Then my mother's voice. Not a recording. Her voice, the exact lilt she used when humming while cooking Sunday gravy, the slight rasp from years of smoking. It sang a lullaby she'd made up for me when I was 5. "Hush now, Danny boy, the waves are crashing slow. Mama's right here where the cold winds blow." Tears blurred my vision. She'd been gone 7 years. Buried beside my father in a cemetery 3 states away. I slammed my fist on the dashboard. The static swallowed the song. The display blinked. 3:17 a.m. For 3 seconds before going dark, the scent of her gardenias filled the car. Sweet, heady, impossible. Panic sent me to the auto shop. Sal's garage smelled of grease and gasoline. Sal himself, a bear of a man with tattooed forearms, listened patiently while I jabbered about phantom voices and impossible clocks. He checked the wiring, the alternator, the antenna. "Battery's weak," he grunted, wiping his hands on a rag. "Can cause weird electrical gremlins. And this old AM/FM unit, probably full of ghosts. I'll replace the head unit. $350. I didn't have $350. I paid for a new battery and left. That night, driving home under a bruised purple twilight, the new battery terminals gleamed under the hood light. I started the engine. The radio stayed off. Relief washed over me. Then, as I turned onto my street, the display flickered. Not numbers. Words scrolling slowly. "We see you, Daniel." The voice that followed wasn't static. It was layered, a chorus of whispers, some childlike, some ancient, all overlapping. "The tires are worn. The left rear tread is thin. The light on Elm Street is out. She's crying again. The pills are in the blue jar. The locket is under the floorboard." I swerved onto my lawn, gravel crunching under the tires. I ripped the radio's faceplate off with my bare hands, wires snapping like tendons. Sparks flew. The display died. I sat in the sudden, ringing silence, shaking, the smell of burnt plastic sharp in my nose. On the passenger seat, where no one had been, lay a single, rain-slick gardenia petal. I covered the car, literally. After work, I draped thick, moving blankets over the entire Buick, windows, roof, headlights, securing them with bungee cords. I parked it deep in my overgrown backyard, under the skeletal branches of the old oak tree. I walked to work, took the bus, avoided the backyard. For 3 days, silence. Then, on the 4th night, a storm rolled in. Thunder shook the house. I lay awake, listening to the rain lash the windows. At 3:17 a.m., a sound cut through the downpour. Faint, insistent. Thump, thump, thump. Not thunder, not hail, rhythm. I crept to the back window, peeling back the curtain. Lightning flashed, illuminating the backyard. The moving blankets were gone. The Buick sat exposed, gleaming wet under the storm. And the headlights were on, not the weak, yellowed beams of my headlights. These were blinding white, cutting sharp cones through the rain. The car wasn't running, no engine noise, but the headlights pulsed with the thump, 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 like a heartbeat. And from inside the sealed, blanket-free cabin, the radio played, loud, clear. A children's choir singing in a language I didn't know, their voices high and pure, layered over a deep, resonant drumbeat that vibrated the windowpane beneath my fingers. The digital display glowed brightly through the rain-streaked windshield. 3:17 a.m. Under it, scrolling slowly. "Come home, Daniel." I didn't go out. I locked the back door, wedged a chair under the knob, sat at the kitchen table until dawn, a flashlight beam cutting the dark, jumping at every creak of the old house. When the sun rose, weak and gray, I went outside. The Buick sat silently under the dripping oak tree, no blankets, no pulsing lights. The radio was dark, but the driver's side window was fogged from the inside, and written in the condensation, finger-drawn in neat, looping script, were the words, "The truth is under the floorboard, like the locket." My throat closed. There was no floorboard in this house. I'd never owned a locket. but the words echoed the radio's whispers. I scrubbed the window with my sleeve until my arm ached. The words vanished, but the scent of gardenias lingered in the damp air. I called in sick to the diner, drove the bus to the public library, spent hours hunched over microfiche readers, the whirring machine casting green shadows on my face. I searched local newspapers from the 1940s and 50s. The Buick's VIN plate, partially rusted, had hinted at a 48 model year. I found it on page 3 of the Havenport Chronicle, October 17, 1948. Local boy drowns in Mill River. The grainy photo showed a smiling teenager, Daniel Riley, holding a fishing rod. He looked like a younger, happier version of my father. The article mentioned his younger brother, Thomas, who'd witnessed it, how Thomas had tried to save him, how he'd carried guilt like a stone, how he'd moved away after the funeral. I traced the name Thomas Riley through census records. He'd settled here, changed his name to Henderson, opened a used car lot. My blood turned to ice. Mr. Henderson, the seller. My hands trembled as I copied the address of the old Riley house, a cottage long demolished, replaced by a strip mall. But the article mentioned Daniel's prized possession, a silver locket, given to him by his sweetheart, Martha. He'd been wearing it the day he drowned. It was never recovered. That night, I drove the bus home, my skin crawling. The strip mall parking lot was empty under flickering sodium lights. I parked near the spot where the cottage would have stood. Rain had started again, a cold drizzle. I sat in the bus shelter, watching the empty lot. At exactly 3:17 a.m., the streetlights dimmed, not went out. Dimmed, like breath held. The air grew thick, smelling of river mud and wet stone. From the darkness near the old foundation stones, a figure emerged, a boy of about 14, wearing worn overalls and a striped shirt soaked through. Water streamed from his hair. He didn't look at me. He stared at the pavement where the cottage's kitchen would have been, and he hummed that same piano melody from the radio, slow, sad, haunting. He reached down, fingers brushing the wet asphalt. When he straightened, he held something small and silver, a locket. He opened it. Even from 20 feet away, I saw the tiny photo inside, a young woman with kind eyes, Martha. He closed the locket, pressed it to his chest, and looked directly at me. His eyes weren't empty. They were full of a sorrow so deep it felt like drowning. He raised his hand, not in greeting, in warning. Then he turned and walked toward the alley, fading into the rain like smoke. The streetlights snapped back to full brightness. The scent of river water vanished. I ran back to the bus stop, my breath ragged, my clothes soaked. My phone was dead. I walked home. The whole way I heard the piano melody in my head, and beneath it, the whisper. The floorboard, the truth. I didn't sleep. I sat in my living room, curtains drawn, a baseball bat across my knees. The house was silent, too silent, no creaking pipes, no distant traffic, just the hum of the refrigerator. At 3:16 a.m. the lights flickered, once, twice. On the third flicker, they died. Not a power outage. The streetlight still glowed outside the window, only my house was dark. The hum of the refrigerator stopped. In the sudden, thick silence, the Buick's horn blared from the backyard. Not a honk. A long, sustained brop that echoed off the houses. Then the sound of the car door opening, slamming shut. Footsteps on the gravel path, slow, deliberate, crisp, in the unnatural quiet. They stopped at my back door, The knob turned, the chair I'd wedged under it scraped across the floor. The door opened. Rain blew in, carrying the scent of gardenias and river mud. I stood in the pitch black, bat raised, heart hammering against my ribs. No footsteps inside, just the rain. Then the voice, not from the doorway, from right behind my ear. My mother's voice, soft with tears. Daniel, he didn't jump. He was pushed by the man in the gray coat, the one who took the locket. I whirled, swinging the bat blindly. It connected with nothing but air. The light surged back on, blinding me. The back door stood open, rain sheeting in. The chair lay overturned. No one was there. But on the kitchen table, where nothing had been before, sat a small tarnished silver locket. I picked it up with shaking fingers. It was cold, wet. I pried it open. Inside wasn't a photo, a tiny water-stained slip of paper. Handwriting I recognized from the library microfiche. Thomas Riley's shaky script. "Forgive me, Danny. He made me do it. Henderson took the locket, took everything. He's still here, in the wires, in the static. He feeds on the lost." Henderson, Mr. Henderson, not Thomas Riley's brother. Himself, the man who'd sold me the car, the man who'd drowned Daniel Riley for that locket. 80 years of guilt, and he'd never left. He'd woven himself into the town's grief, into the static between stations, into the very metal and wires of that Buick, and he'd been waiting for a Daniel to come home. The car horn blared again, closer this time, not from the backyard, from the street. I ran to the front window. The Buick sat parked at the curb, engine running, headlights blazing. The driver's door opened. No one got out, but a passenger door swung wide, inviting. The radio played softly through the open window, a slow, mournful fiddle tune. The digital display glowed. 3:17 M. Scrolling underneath. "The floorboard is waiting. Let me show you." I knew what floorboard it meant. Not in my house, in the old cottage, under the kitchen sink where Daniel Riley had hidden his journal. The journal that proved Henderson's murder. The journal Henderson had spent decades trying to erase. He hadn't just taken the locket. He'd taken Daniel's voice, his story, and now he wanted mine, to drown it in static, to make it part of his endless, hungry signal. I walked out the front door. Rain soaked through my shirt instantly. I didn't care. The fiddle music swelled, warm and sad, wrapping around me like a shroud. I stopped at the curb, a few feet from the open passenger door. The scent of gardenias was overpowering. "Why me?" I whispered into the rain. The static crackled from the speakers. Henderson's voice, layered with 100 others, filled the street. "You carry his name, his sorrow, his unfinished song. The static hungers for echoes, Daniel. It feeds on the gaps between heartbeats, between lifetimes, between truth and silence. Let me take the weight. Let me be the voice on the wire. You can rest." I looked at a locket in my palm, cold, heavy. Daniel Riley's truth, my truth. The rain washed over my face, mixing with tears I hadn't known I was crying. For Daniel, for Thomas, trapped all these years, for myself, for the loneliness that had hollowed me out since the layoff, since Sarah left, since my mother's funeral, where I hadn't been able to say goodbye. The static promised an end to the ache, a warm, humming silence. I took a step toward the car, then another. The passenger seat gleamed, dry and inviting, under the dome light. The fiddle played on. The display blinked. Almost home. I stopped. 1 foot on the curb, 1 in the gutter. Rainwater swirled around my ankle. I thought of Daniel Riley's face in that grainy photo, his smile, the locket warm against his chest on a sunny riverbank. I thought of Thomas Riley, aged and broken, selling haunted cars to men named Daniel, trying to buy forgiveness he could never earn. I thought of my mother's voice singing in the dark. The static wasn't peace. It was hunger. I closed my hand around the locket. The metal bit into my palm. I turned away from the car, from the warm light, from the promise of silence. I walked back up my driveway, the rain washing the gardenia scent from my skin. The Buick's engine died abruptly. The headlights cut out. The fiddle music vanished, replaced by a shriek of static that tore through the night, a sound of pure, frustrated rage. Then silence, only the rain. I locked the front door, drew the curtains, sat at the kitchen table with the locket and Thomas Riley's note. I called the Historical Society. I called the police. I called a lawyer. I didn't sleep. At dawn, I dug up the floorboard under my own kitchen sink, a loose tile I'd never noticed. Beneath it, wrapped in oilcloth, was Daniel Riley's waterlogged journal. His final entry, dated October 16th, 1948. Henderson wants the locket. Says it's worth more than my life. Laughed when I said I'd tell Mama. Told me the river keeps secrets. I'm scared. But Martha's picture is in it. I won't let him have it. The Buick was gone when I looked outside. No tire tracks, no gravel disturbed, just wet pavement and the rising sun. I donated the journal and locket to the town museum. Mr. Henderson's lot was shut down. They found ledgers full of names, people who'd bought cars from him, people who'd later vanished or changed or lost their minds. People like me. I'd take the bus to work now. I keep a small radio on my nightstand. Sometimes, late at night, I turn it on. Just static, but on clear. Cold nights, when the moon is full and the wind is still, the static clears for a few seconds. Not voices, not music, just the sound of water, gentle, flowing, and beneath it, so faint I might imagine it, a boy's laughter on the river. I leave the radio on all night. Let the static hum. It's not Henderson's signal anymore. It's Daniel's. It's Thomas's. It's the sound of truth, finally finding its frequency. I sleep with the window open. Let the real wind carry the sound of the living world, the distant highway, the neighbor's dog, the rustle of leaves. The static on the radio is just background noise now, a reminder, not a hunger, a lullaby. At 3:17 a.m., it always fades, not because the signal dies, but because the dawn is coming and some silences are worth keeping. I close my eyes, listen to the rain on the roof, and for the first time in years, I don't dream of drowning. I dream of lilacs, heavy with rain, smelling like forgiveness on the wind. And with that, this story fades into the dark. Let's quietly step into the next one. I stepped into an elevator, and it took me to a floor that doesn't exist. The ad said, "Quiet building, utilities included, $450 a month." The photo showed sunlit hardwood floors and a clawfoot tub. What I got was a fourth-floor walk-up in a tenement building on the edge of the industrial district, its brick facade stained with decades of soot and rain. The clawfoot tub was a rusted porcelain relic in a bathroom where the tiles bled black mold like veins. Mr. Varga, the superintendent, met me in the lobby. A cavernous space smelling of damp concrete and ozone, his hands stained with grease, eyes avoiding mine as he handed over the keys. "Elevator's temperamental," he muttered, nodding at the ancient brass cage in the corner. Stick sometimes. Take the stairs after dark. He wouldn't say why. I didn't ask. After the layoff and the eviction, I'd take peeling paint over sleeping in my car. Moving in was a blur of cardboard boxes and the rhythmic thump of machinery from the factory next door. The apartment itself was small but clean. One window overlooking a brick wall, a radiator that hissed like a sleeping serpent, and a single overhead light that flickered when the building settled. I fell asleep that first night to the sound of dripping pipes and distant sirens, the city's heartbeat thrumming through the floorboards. The elevator became my nemesis. It groaned and shuddered between floors, its brass doors screeching open to reveal peeling wallpaper and flickering hall lights. The buttons were worn smooth, the numbers faded except for the fourth floor button, polished to a bright sheen from constant use. I avoided it whenever possible, taking the narrow carpeted stairs instead, the smell of mildew thick in the air. But on my third Tuesday, burdened with grocery bags after a double shift at the diner, I gave in. I pressed the brass button. The elevator descended slowly, its cables groaning. When the doors opened, the lobby was empty. I stepped inside, punched 4, and the doors slid shut with a heavy thunk. The ride started normally, the familiar lurch upward, the clatter of cables, floor 1, floor 2. The lights flickered as we passed floor 3. Then a jolt, a shudder that vibrated through the metal floor. The lights died, not dimmed. Died. Only the emergency bulb above the door cast a sickly red glow. The elevator stopped moving between floor 3 and 4. I pressed the alarm button. It beeped once, weakly. No response. I stabbed the door open button. Nothing. "Hello?" I called, my voice tight. "Anyone there?" Silence. Just the drip of water from the pipe somewhere above, echoing in the small space. And then a new sound, a low hum. Not the building's machinery. Something deeper, organic, like the vibration of a giant's heartbeat. The air grew cold. My breath fogged in the red light. The brass walls seemed to contract, the metal groaning as if under immense pressure. The floor beneath my feet felt soft, spongy, like standing on wet earth. Then the light surged back on, blindingly bright. The elevator lurched upward. I stumbled, dropping a bag of apples. They rolled across the floor, one thudding against the brass panel. The doors opened, not to my hallway. The air that rushed in was thick with the scent of damp stone and decaying leaves. The hallway was narrow, lit by flickering gas lamps mounted on crumbling brick walls. No carpet, just uneven flagstones slick with moisture. To my left, a heavy wooden door stood ajar, revealing a dim room filled with the silhouettes of old, dust-sheeted furniture. To my right, the hallway ended at a dead end, a solid brick wall covered in peeling, water-stained wallpaper depicting faded roses. There were no other doors, no windows, just silence, a deep, watchful silence that pressed against my eardrums. I backed into the elevator, heart hammering. "Wrong floor," I muttered, stabbing the close door button. Nothing. The doors remained open. The hum deepened, vibrating in my molars. From the ajar door down the hall, a whisper slithered into the hallway, not a voice, but a dry rustling, like pages turning in a very old book. Then a child's voice, flat and toneless. "She's here, the new one. She smells like rain and fear." I slammed my palm against the control panel. "Move! Take me to 4." The elevator didn't budge. The red emergency light flickered. In its dying glow, I saw movement in the ajar doorway. A small figure stepped into the hallway. A girl, maybe 8 years old, wearing a threadbare dress the color of dried blood. Her hair was matted, her feet bare and black with grime, but her face, her eyes, were wrong. Pupils too large, swallowing the irises, reflecting the gaslight like a cat's. She held a tarnished silver key in one hand. She didn't look at me. She stared at the elevator doors, her head tilted as if listening to the hum. "The machine is hungry," she said, her voice echoing slightly as if coming from a deep well. "It wants the quiet ones, the ones who don't belong." I fumbled for my phone. No signal. The screen reflected the gaslight. And behind my shoulder, in the elevator's reflection, stood another figure, tall, gaunt, dressed in a moth-eaten suit, its face blurred like a smudged photograph. Its hand rested on the elevator's control panel, finger hovering over the G button. I whirled around. The elevator was empty. Just me and the apples rolling on the floor. The girl took a step closer. "It took Mama," she whispered. "She screamed when the walls ate her. But I was quiet. I'm always quiet." She raised the key. It glinted in the gaslight. "This opens the way out, but only for one." "Please," I choked out. "I just want to go home." Her black eyes flickered to the dead-end wall. "Home is where the quiet lives." She pointed at the brick wall. "Mama said home is behind the roses." As she spoke, the wallpaper on the dead-end wall rippled. The faded roses seemed to bleed color, deepening to a bruised crimson. The bricks beneath them softened, bulging outward like wet clay. From the center of the wall, a shape pushed through, not breaking the surface, but melting. It, a hand, long fingers gray and veined, ending in ragged nails. It grasped the edge of the wallpaper, tearing it aside like paper. Beneath wasn't brick, a darkness deeper than night. And from that darkness came a sound, a wet, rhythmic thump, 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 like a monstrous heart buried in the earth. The hum in the elevator intensified, harmonizing with the heartbeat. The floor vibrated. The brass walls grew warm, then hot. The girl didn't flinch. She just watched the tearing wall, her small face calm. "They're coming for you," she said. "The quiet ones. They smell your loneliness. It's sweeter than fear." I kicked the control panel, screamed for help until my throat burned. The elevator doors remained open. The hand in the wall reached further out, followed by a shoulder, a hunched, skeletal thing covered in matted hair. The thump, thump, thump grew louder, shaking dust from the ceiling. The girl stepped back, vanishing into the doorway of the sheeted room. "Be quiet," her voice drifted out, "or they'll hear your bones." Panic seized me. I grabbed an apple from the floor and hurled it at the control panel. It struck the 4 button. The elevator lights flickered wildly. The brass doors shuddered. With a screech of metal, they began to slide shut. The hand in the wall lashed out, fingers grasping at the narrowing gap. I kicked at it. My foot passed through the wrist like smoke. The doors slammed shut just as the thing's fingers brushed the brass. The elevator lurched downward, not smoothly, violently. The lights strobed. The cables screamed. I braced myself against the wall, the scent of ozone and wet stone clinging to my clothes. The descent felt endless. Then a gentle bump. The doors opened. Lobby. Mr. Vargas stood there, a wrench in his hand, his face grim. "Stuck again?" he rasped. He didn't look at me. He looked past me into the empty elevator car, at the floor, where the apples lay scattered. One had rolled near the doors, its skin split open, revealing pale, worm-riddled flesh. I stumbled out, shaking. There's another floor, between 3 and 4. A hallway with gas lights and... He cut me off, stepping into the elevator and jabbing the closed door button with his wrench. The doors slid shut. "Just the cables settling," he muttered. "Old building plays tricks on the mind." He wouldn't meet my eyes. "Stick to the stairs." I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the window, wrapped in a blanket, watching the streetlights flicker through the rain-streaked glass. At 3:17 a.m., the city sounds faded. The thump of machinery next door stopped. An unnatural silence fell, and from the hallway outside my apartment door, a sound began, soft, rhythmic, scritch, 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 like fingernails dragging slowly down the door. I pressed my ear to the wood. The scratching stopped. In the sudden quiet, a child's voice whispered through the keyhole, dry and papery. "She's here, the quiet one. The machine is hungry again." I didn't open the door. I called Mr. Varga the next morning. He came up, wiping grease from his hands, his expression unreadable. I described the non-existent floor, the gas lights, the girl, the tearing wall, the heartbeat. He listened silently, then walked to the elevator bank. The brass doors were closed. He pressed the call button. It lit up. "See?" he said. "Working fine." "It took me there," I insisted, my voice rising. "That hallway, it's real." He sighed, a sound like stones grinding. "This building was a sanatorium in the 1920s. For the nervously afflicted, they did things in the basement. Bad things. People disappeared, woke up in places they didn't remember." He ran a hand over the elevator's brass panel. "The elevator, it's not just a machine, it's a wound, a thin place. The things that were done here, they left scars in the walls, in the wires, in the between spaces." He finally met my eyes, his own filled with a fear older than the building. "The girl you saw, her name was Clara. She lived here in the 40s with her mother. They were poor, quiet. The sanatorium doctors, they took Clara's mother for tests. Clara hid in the walls. They never found her. But sometimes, when the elevator sticks, she comes out, looking for the key to unlock her mother's door." He placed a cold hand on my arm. "The key she carries? It's not for a door. It's for a lock. The lock on the wound. If it turns, the quiet ones get out. And they're always hungry for the lonely." He stepped back, heading for the stairs. "Move out. Tonight. Don't pack. Just go." I didn't leave. Where would I go? I'd paid first and last month's rent. I couldn't afford another deposit. Instead, I avoided the elevator. I took the stairs, even with grocery bags, even at 2 a.m. after my shift. The building felt different, watchful. The drip as pipes sounded like whispers. The flickering hallway lights cast long, grasping shadows. I heard scratching at my door every night at 3:17 a.m. Sometimes a small voice would sing a tuneless lullaby through the keyhole. "Hush now, don't make a sound. The quiet ones walk on hollow ground." One rainy Thursday, I was exhausted. My feet ached. The stairwell smelled of wet wool and decay. I pressed the elevator button. It lit up. The doors opened smoothly, empty, clean, no apples, no torn wallpaper scent, just the familiar polished brass. I stepped in, pressed 4. The ride was smooth. 2. Smooth. No groaning cables, no flickering lights. The hum was gone. At the 4th floor, the doors opened to my hallway. Warm light from the overhead bulb. The smell of Mrs. Kowalski's cooking drifted from down the hall. Normal. I stepped out. The elevator doors began to close. Then a small hand shot out from between them, gripping my edge. Clara's hand, gray and small, dirt under the nails. The doors shuddered, stuck half open. Clara's face appeared in the gap, her huge dark eyes fixed on mine. "You came back," she whispered. Her voice wasn't childlike anymore. It was layered, a chorus of dry whispers. "The machine is full of you now. It tastes your loneliness in the wires." She held up the tarnished key. It glowed faintly in the hallway light. "Mama's waiting, behind the roses. She's so hungry." I backed away. "I'm not going with you." The key grew brighter. The hum returned, vibrating in my bones. From the elevator shaft, the wet thump, thump, thump echoed, shaking the floor. The wallpaper on the hallway wall, the floral pattern Mrs. Kowalski had put up, rippled. The roses bled crimson. The bricks beneath softened. A hand pushed through, then another. The darkness behind it pulsed. Clara smiled, a wide splitting grin that showed too many teeth. "You don't have a choice. The quiet ones choose you." She stepped fully into the hallway, the elevator doors sliding shut behind her with a final clang. She wasn't alone. 3 figures emerged from the tearing wallpaper. Tall, thin. Their suits were moth-eaten, their faces blurred like smudged ink. They moved without footsteps, gliding toward me, their elongated fingers reaching. The thump, thump, thump was deafening now, shaking plaster from the ceiling. Mrs. Kowalski's door down the hall burst open. She stood there, frozen, eyes wide with terror, a frying pan raised. But she didn't scream. She just stared at the tearing wall, whispering, "Not again. Oh, God, not again," before slamming her door shut. I ran, not to the stairs, to the fire escape. I threw open the window at the end of the hall. The cold rain hit my face. I scrambled onto the metal grating, the city lights blurring below. As I climbed down, I looked back. Clara stood at the window, the key pressed to her chest. Behind her, the blurred figures filled the hallway, their forms merging with the pulsing darkness from the wall. The thump, thump, thump vibrated through the fire escape's metal frame. Clara's voice carried on the rain. "You can't run from the quiet. It lives in your bones. It waits in the spaces between your heartbeats." I didn't stop running until I reached the all-night diner 3 blocks away. I sat in a booth, shaking, nursing a cup of terrible coffee. At dawn, I called Maya, my sister. She lived across town in a modern apartment complex. "I'm coming over," I said, my voice raw, "just for a few days." She didn't ask questions. She just said, "I'll leave the door unlocked." Maya's apartment was warm, clean, silent. No dripping pipes, no flickering lights, just the soft hum of the refrigerator and the distant city sounds. I slept deeply that first night. No scratching, no lullabies. Then, at 3:17 a.m., my phone buzzed on the nightstand. A text from an unknown number. Unknown! The quiet ones like modern buildings. The wires are cleaner. The hum is sweeter. I deleted it, told myself it was spam. The next night, Maya's digital alarm clock flickered. The numbers dissolved into static, then reformed. 3:17. From the hallway, a soft scritch, scritch, scritch began, fingernails on wood. Maya slept soundly beside me, unaware. I crept to her apartment door. The scratching stopped. Under the door, a single dried rose petal slid in. Its edges were dark, as if burned. The third night, Maya's TV turned on by itself. Static. Then a black and white image. Resolved. The hallway of my old building. gaslights flickering, the dead-end wall covered in crimson roses. Clara stood before it, the tarnished key in her hand. She turned her head, her huge eyes staring directly into the camera, into me. Her mouth moved. No sound came from the TV speakers, but her lips formed the words, "Mama's door is almost open. She's waiting for your quiet." I unplugged the TV, packed my bag, left a note on Maya's pillow, walked out into the pre-dawn street. I couldn't stay. I couldn't run. The quiet ones weren't in a building. They were in the silence between sounds, in the gaps where loneliness lived. I checked into a motel on the highway, the Starlight, cheap, anonymous, room 7. The key was sticky. The carpet smelled of mildew and cigarettes. I locked the door, pushed the flimsy dresser against it, sat on the bed, back against a headboard, facing the door. The only sound was the hum of the vending machine outside. I closed my eyes just for a minute. I woke to the smell of damp stone. The motel room was gone. I sat on cold flagstones. Gaslight flickered on crumbling brick walls. The hallway, the dead-end wall. The roses were a deep, pulsing red. Clara stood before it, the key raised. The wallpaper tore easily now. A jagged hole gaped in the wall, revealing only impenetrable darkness. From within, the thump, thump, thump roared. A hand, gray-veined, ending in ragged claws, reached through the tear. It grasped Clara's small shoulder, pulled. She didn't resist. She turned her head toward me, her eyes wide and empty. "It's warmer in the quiet," she whispered. Then she stepped into the darkness. The hand pulled her under. The tear sealed itself, the wallpaper smoothing over as if nothing had happened. The hallway was silent, empty, except for me, and the brass elevator doors at the far end of the hall, they slid open, smoothly, invitingly. The control panel inside glowed softly. The 4 button shone like a beacon. A voice echoed in the silence, not Clara's. A woman's voice, warm but distant, like a memory of comfort. "Come home," it whispered. "The quiet is waiting. It remembers your name." I knew that voice, not from life, from dreams, from the hollow space after my father died, from the years I spent sleeping on couches, never staying long enough to unpack my suitcase. The quiet had always been there, a companion, a weight, and now it had a door, a key, a heartbeat. I stood up. My legs didn't shake. The cold stone felt real under my bare feet. I walked toward the elevator. The brass doors stayed open. Inside, the light was warm, yellow, like a kitchen on a winter morning. The control panel had only one button now. Not 4, not G. Just a symbol, a spiral within a circle. The same symbol that had been carved into the floorboards of the sanatorium basement. Mr. Varga had told me. The lock symbol. I stepped inside. The doors closed silently. The elevator didn't move. It never had to. The hum began not from the cables but from the walls themselves. The light shifted from yellow to red. The floor softened beneath my feet, becoming damp earth. The scent of wet stone and decaying roses filled the air. The thump, thump, thump vibrated in my chest, sinking with my own heartbeat. The doors opened, not to a hallway, to a room, small, familiar. My childhood bedroom. Sunlight streamed through the window where my old baseball pennants hung. On the bed sat a woman, my mother, young, vibrant, her hair the rich brown it was before the chemo turned it to ash. She held a storybook, her finger tracing the words. "Once upon a time," she whispered, her voice the warm honey I remembered from before the hospital rooms and the beeping machines, "there was a girl who lived in a house with walls so thin the quiet could slip through. I hadn't seen her like this in 20 years, not since she chose the pills over the pain. I took a step forward. "Mom?" She looked up, smiled, but her eyes were wrong, pupils too large, black as the space between stars. Her smile widened, stretching her face like old paper. "My quiet girl," she breathed, her voice now layered with that dry, papery whisper. "We waited so long for you to come home. The space you left, it's been so cold." She held out a hand, not to comfort, to claim. Her fingers were too long, too jointed, like roots. "Come, the quiet is warm here. No more loneliness, no more empty rooms, just us, forever." Behind her the walls bled black liquid. The floorboards lifted like tongues. The thump, thump, thump was the only sound, a monstrous heartbeat filling the small room. The sunlight through the window dimmed, turning the color of dried blood. "You're not her," I whispered. Her smile didn't waver. "I am the quiet she left behind, the hollow where her love used to be, and you carry the same hollow. I can feel it. It sings to me." She stood, the storybook falling to the floor with a soft thud. "Let me feel it. Let me be the warmth in your bones. All you have to do is be still, be quiet. Let the loneliness go." I looked past her, at the room, at the baseball pennants, at the small desk where I'd done homework, at the closet door left ajar, darkness spilling from its crack. This wasn't just a memory, it was a hunger, a hollow wearing my mother's face. I thought of Mr. Varga's words. The quiet ones choose you. They didn't just feed on loneliness. They were loneliness, the shape of absence, the echo of loss. And they wanted to wear my skin, to live in the warm, beating world through me. "No," I said, my voice steady. "The hollow is mine. The quiet is mine. But you don't get to fill it." I turned and ran, not through the bedroom door, but through the wall. Plaster gave way like smoke. I sprinted down a hallway that shifted and warped. A hallway from the sanatorium one moment, the motel corridor the next, the sterile, white corridor of the hospital where my mother died the next. Behind me, the thing that wore my mother shrieked, its voice shattering glass, splintering wood. "The quiet is hungry. The door is open. She belongs to us." I burst through a final door and tumbled onto the motel room floor. Dawn light bled through the thin curtains. The digital clock on the nightstand read 6:03 a.m. The vending machine's hum filled the silence. I was alone, but on the floor beside me, where no one had been, lay a single dried rose petal. Its edges were dark, burned. I didn't check out. I just walked away. I live on the streets now, sleeping in bus stations, all-night laundromats, the back booths of diners that never close. I avoid elevators, stairs only. I carry a small iron key I found in a thrift store. A real key, heavy and cold. Mr. Varga said iron bites. I keep it in my pocket, a talisman against the static. The quiet ones haven't stopped. They're patient. Last Tuesday, in a Greyhound station bathroom, the flickering fluorescent light above the sink stuttered. For 3 seconds, it wasn't a bathroom. It was the hallway. Gaslight. Crimson roses. Clara stood before the torn wallpaper, her hand half swallowed by the darkness. She didn't look at me. She stared at her own small fingers, vanishing into the void. "Mama's cold," she whispered, her voice layered with 100 others. "She says the quiet ones are coming for the girl with the key. They smell her fear. It's almost time." I gripped the iron key in my pocket. The light steadied. The bathroom was just a bathroom, but the scent of wet stone lingered. I know what they want. They want the hollow inside me, the space my father left when he walked out, the space my mother left when she chose silence, the space I keep making by never staying, never belonging. They want to fill it with their endless hungry quiet, to wear my skin and walk in the warm world. But I also know this: the quiet is part of me. It always has been. The loneliness, the fear, the hollow spaces, they're mine to carry, not theirs to fill. So I keep moving. I keep the iron key close. I listen for the hum in the wires, the thump, thump, thump beneath the city's noise. And when the elevator doors open in unexpected places, in the reflection of a bus window, in the static of a dead TV screen, in the space between heartbeats, I don't step inside. I hold the key tighter. I whisper back, "Not today." But part of me, the small, tired part that remembers the warmth of my mother's hand, the sound of my father's laugh, the feeling of belonging somewhere, part of me wants to turn the key, to step into the quiet, to let the hollow be filled. The key is heavy in my pocket, and the quiet is so very patient. I hear its heartbeat in the rain, in the hum of streetlights, in the silence between the ticks of a clock. It's waiting, always waiting, for me to be still, for me to be quiet, for me to come home. And so, this story comes to an end. Let's start another. The town clock struck 13 times last night, and time has felt wrong since I rented the apartment above the old clockmaker's shop, because it was the only place in Blackwater Falls that didn't feel like it was judging me. After the incident at the university, the retracted paper, the quiet conversations in hallways that stopped when I entered, the department chair's gentle suggestion that I take some time away, I needed somewhere anonymous. Somewhere the air didn't hum with professional disappointment. Blackwater Falls, a town of 3,000 souls nestled in a river valley 2 hours from anywhere that mattered, seemed perfect. No one here cared about academic scandals. They cared about the salmon run and whether Old Man Hemlock would finally fix the pothole on Maple Street. The listing was sparse. Apartment above clock shop, utilities included. Landlord is downstairs, $450 per month. No photographs. When I called the number, a man with a voice like grinding gears answered and said he'd show me the place at 4 o'clock sharp. "Don't be late," he'd said. "The light through the front window is best at 4:03. You'll want to see it then." I arrived at 3:58. The shop occupied a narrow brick building on the town's main street, sandwiched between a hardware store and a diner that closed at 8. A faded sign above the door read, "Alistair Finch, Horologist," in peeling gold leaf. The display window was crowded with timepieces of every era, grandfather clocks with solemn brass pendulums, Art Deco mantel clocks with sunburst faces, pocket watches arranged like specimens in a naturalist's collection. All of them kept perfect time, their hands moving in silent unison. At precisely 4:03, as promised, the late afternoon sun struck the window at an angle that set every glass face ablaze with reflected gold. It was beautiful, hypnotic. I signed a month-to-month lease without asking a single question. Alistair Finch was a gaunt man in his 70s, with hands that seemed too large for his body, knuckles swollen with arthritis, yet moving with impossible delicacy when he demonstrated the apartment's quirks. The space itself was surprisingly spacious, a single open room with exposed brick walls, hardwood floors worn smooth by generations of footsteps, and a kitchenette tucked beneath a dormer window overlooking the town square. But the centerpiece was the clock. It dominated the far wall, an ornate regulator clock with a walnut case nearly 8 feet tall, its face a simple white enamel disc with black Roman numerals and slender blued steel hands. Unlike the clocks downstairs, this one had no visible pendulum or weights. It simply hung there, silent and authoritative. "That's the town clock's sister," Alistair explained, following my gaze. "Built by my great-grandfather in 1898. The one in the square is the master. This is the witness. They've kept time together for 126 years." He tapped the glass covering the face. "It hasn't gained or lost a second in my lifetime. You can set your life by it." I moved in the next day. The first week passed in a blur of unpacking boxes and trying to ignore the persistent ache of professional shame. I spent my days walking the river trails, my nights reading novels I'd owned for years but never opened. The clock on the wall ticked with metronomic precision, a soft, steady tock, tock, tock. That should have been maddening, but instead became a kind of meditation. I found myself glancing at it constantly, not to check the time, but to confirm its reliability. In a life that had recently unraveled, its constancy felt like an anchor. The town itself operated on a rhythm I found both alien and soothing. Shopkeepers closed at 5 without apology. The diner's special really did change daily, handwritten on a chalkboard each morning. People nodded to strangers on the street, and every hour on the hour the great clock in the square chimed, deep, resonant. Notes that rolled across the rooftops and seeped through my window glass. I learned to anticipate them, to feel the vibration in my teeth a half-second before the sound arrived. 11 chimes at 11 o'clock, 6 at 6, 12 at midnight, always 12, always precise, until last night. I'd gone to bed early, exhausted from a day spent trying to draft a new research proposal, a futile exercise that left me staring at a blank document until my eyes burned. I fell asleep around 10:30, and I woke at midnight to the sound of chiming. 1, 2, 3. The notes rolled across the valley, each one vibrating in my chest cavity. I lay in bed counting, as I had done every night since moving here. 7, 8, 9. Something felt different tonight. The chimes seemed to hang in the air longer, their resonance deeper, more resonant than usual. 10, 11, 12, and then a 13th. The sound didn't fade after 12. It continued, a 13th note that shouldn't have existed, ringing out with the same crystalline clarity as the others. I sat bolt upright in bed, my heart hammering. 13. The clock had struck 13 times. I counted again in my head, certain I'd miscounted in my groggy state. But no, the final chime had been distinct, separate, impossible. I swung my legs out of bed and crossed to the window, peering down at the town square. The clock tower stood silhouetted against the star-dusted sky, its face unreadable from this distance. The square below was empty. No late-night revelers, no passing cars. Just silence after that impossible 13th chime. I glanced at the regulator clock on my wall. Its hands pointed precisely to 12. The second hand, a slender black line I hadn't even noticed before, crept forward with mechanical inevitability. 12 hours, 0 minutes, 1 second. 12 hours, 0 minutes, 2 seconds. Nothing unusual. I returned to bed, but didn't sleep. I lay there until dawn, listening to the hourly chimes resume their normal pattern. 7 at 7 a.m., 8 at 8. But something had shifted. The air in the apartment felt heavier, charged with a static tension that raised the hairs on my arms. When I finally rose at 8:30, I made coffee with trembling hands and tried to convince myself I'd dreamed the 13th chime. Sleep deprivation, stress, the mind playing tricks. Then I noticed the first discrepancy. I'd set my phone to charge overnight on the nightstand. When I picked it up, the screen showed 9:17 a.m. I glanced at the wall clock. Its hands pointed to 9:43, a 26-minute difference. I checked my laptop, 9:17. My wristwatch, which I'd wound that morning, 9:18. All my personal devices agreed. But the regulator clock insisted it was nearly 10. I stood frozen between the two times, my coffee cooling in my hand. This wasn't a battery issue or a time zone error. The wall clock was objectively, mechanically wrong. I descended the narrow staircase to the shop below, my footsteps echoing in the silence. Alistair was bent over a workbench in the back room, a magnifying loupe strapped to his forehead, tweezers in hand as he adjusted the escapement of a pocket watch. He didn't look up when I entered. "The clock upstairs is fast," I said, my voice tight. "By about 25 minutes. His hand stilled. Slowly, he set down the tweezers and lifted the loupe from his eyes. "Which clock?" "The regulator, the big one on the wall." He stood, wiping his hands on a cloth stained with oil. "Show me." We climbed the stairs together. He stood before the clock for a full minute, his head tilted, listening. Then he reached into his pocket and withdrew a small brass key. He inserted it into a nearly invisible keyhole beneath the numeral 6 and turned it twice. The clock emitted a soft click. He stepped back. "It's correct," he said quietly, "but my phone says 9:19. That clock says almost 10. "Your phone is wrong," he said, not unkindly. "The regulator doesn't lie. It hasn't lied since 1898. He left me standing there, returning to his workbench without another word. I spent the next hour conducting an experiment. I synchronized my phone to the atomic clock time server. 10:03:17. I watched the regulator's second hand sweep around a dial. When my phone read 10:04:00, the regulator's minute hand clicked forward to 10:05. It wasn't just fast, it was pulling ahead, gaining time at an accelerating rate. By noon, the discrepancy had grown to 47 minutes. By 3 p.m., an hour and 22 minutes. I stopped answering my phone when colleagues from the university called. Their voices felt distant, unreal, like transmissions from another planet. I stopped eating. I just watched the two times diverge, my own devices crawling forward at their steady pace while the regulator raced ahead, its tick growing louder, more insistent, until it filled the apartment like a second heartbeat. At 6 p.m. on my phone, the regulator struck 7. The chime was different from the square clocks, higher pitched, more intimate, vibrating through the floorboards beneath my feet. And as the 7th note faded, I saw it, a flicker at the edge of my vision, a shape in the corner of the room where the shadows gathered thickest. I turned sharply, my breath catching, Nothing. Just the brick wall, the dormer window, the fading light of evening. But the impression remained, a sense of presence, of something having just stepped out of sight. I told myself it was exhaustion, sleep deprivation, the psychological toll of watching time itself fracture. I forced myself to eat a piece of toast, to drink water, to sit on the edge of the bed and breathe deeply until my hands stopped trembling. When I looked up again, the regulator read 8:14 p.m. My phone read 6:38 p.m. The discrepancy was now an hour and 36 minutes, and the room felt crowded. The air had thickened, grown viscous. Sounds from the street below, the distant laughter of teenagers, the rumble of a passing truck arrived distorted, as if traveling through water. I stood and walked to the center of the room, turning slowly. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper than they should be, more substantial, like pools of liquid darkness that might, if I stared too long, resolve into shapes. At 9 p.m. on my phone, the regulator struck 10:30. The chime hung in the air longer than usual, and in its resonance I heard something else. A whisper, so faint I might have imagined it. A single word. Soon. I spun toward the source of the sound. The room was empty, but the shadows in the northwest corner had coalesced. They held a form now, not human, not animal, but a suggestion of height and breadth that hadn't been there moments before, a silhouette woven from absence itself. I backed toward the door, my pulse roaring in my ears. The shadow thing didn't move. It simply waited, patient, certain. I fled downstairs, bursting into Alistair's shop without knocking. He was closing up, turning the key in the display case locks. "It's happening again," I gasped, my voice raw. "The clock, the shadows, they're—" He finished locking the final case and turned to face me. His expression wasn't surprise or concern. It was resignation, deep, weary resignation. "How far ahead is it?" he asked softly. "Almost 2 hours." He nodded slowly, as if confirming a diagnosis he'd long expected. "Then we have until midnight." His midnight. Whose midnight? What's happening? Alistair gestured to 2 stools beside his workbench. We sat. For a long time, he simply stared at his hands, those enormous arthritic hands that could coax time itself into submission. Finally, he spoke. "In 1898, my great-grandfather built the town clock. He was a genius with gears and springs, but he was also a man haunted by loss. His wife, Eliza, died in childbirth that spring. The baby, a boy, lived only 3 hours." Alistair's voice remained steady, but his knuckles whitened where he gripped his knees. He couldn't bear the thought of time moving forward without her. So when he built the clock, he didn't just build a timekeeper, he built a cage. I stared at him, not understanding. He designed the mechanism to hold a single moment, a perfect, frozen instant of happiness he'd shared with Eliza on their wedding night. He believed that if he could anchor time to that moment, he could keep her with him forever, not as a ghost, but as a constant, a presence in the fabric of seconds and minutes. Alistair looked up, his eyes ancient in the lamplight. The clock worked for one night. At midnight, it struck 13 times. The 13th chime binding that perfect moment to the mechanism, and for those 60 minutes between 12:13 and 1:13, time didn't just slow. It folded. Past and present occupied the same space. He saw her. He spoke to her. He held her hand as if she'd never left. What happened at 1:13? The mechanism couldn't sustain the paradox. Time snapped back into its proper sequence. But the fold remained, a scar in the fabric of this town, a weak spot. And every few decades, when the planetary alignments match that first night in 1898, the clock strikes 13 again, and the fold reopens. I thought of the shadow in my apartment, the whisper in the chime. It's not just a memory, it's something else, something that comes through. Alistair's gaze dropped to the floor. My great-grandfather went mad after that first night. He spent the rest of his life trying to recreate the fold, to make it permanent. He built the regulator upstairs as a secondary anchor, a witness to stabilize the phenomenon. But he didn't understand what he'd truly done. He hadn't captured a memory. He'd torn a hole, and something on the other side, something that exists outside of time, noticed the tear. He stood and walked to a cabinet against the far wall. From a locked drawer, he withdrew a leather-bound journal, its pages brittle with age. He opened it to a sketch, a detailed drawing of the town clock's interior mechanism, with annotations in a tight, precise hand. But in the margin, another drawing, a formless shape with too many angles, surrounded by the words, "It watches from the between places. It hungers for sequential time." "The entity doesn't want to hurt us," Alistair said, closing the journal. "It wants to consume us, to unravel our moments and experience them all at once, birth and death simultaneous, joy and grief indistinguishable. It sees linear time as a feast, and every time the clock strikes 13, it gets a taste." We sat in silence for a long time. Outside, the town carried on, oblivious. A car passed. Someone laughed on the sidewalk. Normal life continuing just yards from the unraveling of reality itself. "How do we stop it?" I finally asked. "We don't stop it," Alistair said softly. "We survive it. The fold lasts exactly 60 minutes, from the 13th chime until the clock strikes 1:13. During that hour, time becomes permeable. Past, present, and future bleed together. The entity can reach through, but it can't cross completely unless someone invites it, unless someone acknowledges it directly." He fixed me with a piercing gaze. "Don't look at the shadows. Don't speak to whispers. Don't answer when it calls your name. Most importantly, don't look at the clock when it strikes 1:13. Whatever you see reflected in that glass face, it isn't you." He stood and took my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "Go upstairs, lock the door, sit with your back to the clock. Keep your eyes on your phone, on real time. When you hear the 13th chime for 1 o'clock, close your eyes and count to 60. Don't open them until you hear the town clock strike 2. If you do these things, you'll survive the hour. You'll wake tomorrow to a world where time has healed itself, where none of this ever happened." He released my arm and turned back to his workbench. "I'll be here, downstairs. If you hear me call your name, don't answer. It won't be me." I climbed the stairs on legs of lead. The apartment felt different now, charged, expectant. The regulator clock ticked louder than ever, each tock a hammer blow against the walls of reality. I positioned myself on the bed with my back to the clock, my phone clutched in my hand. 10:47 p.m., according to atomic time. The regulator would strike 11 soon, then 12. Then the chimes came precisely on the regulator's hour, 11 notes that vibrated through the floorboards. Then, at what my phone insisted was 11:23 p.m., the 12th chime. I closed my eyes, counting the seconds, waiting. The 13th chime struck at 11:24 p.m. on my phone. It was different this time. Not a clean, resonant note, but a distorted sound that seemed to tear at the air itself. A sound that existed partially outside the range of human hearing, vibrating in my teeth and bones rather than my ears. And with it came a pressure change, a sudden drop in atmospheric weight that made my ears pop violently. I kept my eyes squeezed shut, but I could feel it. The room had changed. The air grew cold, bitterly cold. The kind of cold that has no source, no draft, no explanation. My breath plumed before me though my eyes remained closed, and the shadows, I could feel them moving, not shifting with changing light, but flowing like liquid across the floorboards, pooling in the corners, deepening into something substantial. A whisper right beside my ear, "Open your eyes." I pressed my eyelids tighter together, gripped my phone until my knuckles ached. "You want to see her again," the whisper coaxed. "Sarah, before the papers, before the shame, she's here, just turn around." My breath caught. Sarah, my ex-wife. The name struck with physical force. How did it know? How could it know the precise shape of my regret? She's standing behind you, smiling, the way she did on your honeymoon. Turn, just turn. Tears leaked from the corners of my eyes. I wanted to turn. God, I wanted to turn, to see her face one more time, untouched by disappointment, by the slow erosion of love, to have 60 minutes with the woman I'd failed before I'd even realized I was failing her. But Alistair's warning echoed in my mind. Don't acknowledge it. I shook my head violently. "No," I whispered. The temperature in the room plummeted further. My teeth chattered uncontrollably. The shadows flowed closer. I could feel their cold presence inches from my skin. Something brushed against my shoulder, not a hand, not anything with fingers, but a pressure, a weight, like a heavy cloth settling over me. "You left her," the whisper hissed, its tone shifting from coaxing to venomous. "You buried yourself in work while she drowned in silence. You deserve to see what you destroyed. Turn. See her face when she realized you had never really been there." Images flooded my mind, not memories, but perfect, painful reconstructions. Sarah sitting alone at our kitchen table, staring at her untouched dinner. Sarah crying silently in the shower so I wouldn't hear. Sarah packing her suitcase the morning she left, her movements efficient, final, each image accompanied by a fresh wave of that impossible cold. The regulator ticked on, its rhythm subtly altered, sometimes accelerating into a frantic staccato, sometimes slowing to a crawl where seconds stretched into minutes. Time itself had become elastic, malleable. I could feel moments slipping past me like water through cupped hands, yesterday's regret bleeding into tomorrow's anxiety, childhood shame merging with adult failure, all of it present simultaneously, all of it real. At what my phone told me was 12:17 a.m., the regulator began chiming again. 1, 2, 3. I counted along with the distorted notes, my entire body rigid with terror. 10, 11, 12, 13. The 13th chime for 1 o'clock tore through the apartment like a physical force. The windows rattled in their frames, the floorboards groaned, and the whisper became a voice, clear, distinct, speaking directly into my mind with my own voice, my own cadence, my own deepest self-loathing. "Look at the clock. See what you've become. See the hollow man who trades truth for approval, love for ambition. See yourself as you truly are. My neck muscles ached with the effort of keeping my head forward. Every fiber of my being screamed to turn, to look, to confront the truth of my own failure. The shadows pressed against me from all sides, now cold and heavy and hungry. Something touched my cheek, a sensation like frozen silk dragging across my skin. Turn, see, know. With a sob tearing from my throat, I wrenched my head to the side, not toward the clock, but toward the dormer window. A mistake, a catastrophic error. Reflected in the dark glass was the room behind me, and in that reflection I saw it. Not a monster, not a demon, but a version of myself, older, gaunt, eyes hollowed by decades of regret, standing beside the regulator clock, and between us, woven from shifting shadows, stood the entity. It had no fixed form, but suggested height and impossible angles, a presence that hurt to look at directly. And it was reaching for me, not with hands, but with tendrils of distorted time itself, unraveling the moments of my life as it drew them into its formless body. I saw flashes within those tendrils, my 5th birthday party dissolving into my father's funeral, my wedding vows merging with Sarah's departure, the triumphant moment of my first published paper collapsing into the shame of its retraction, all moments becoming one moment, all time becoming no time. The reflection me turned its head and looked directly at me through the glass. Its lips moved. "Let go," it mouthed. "It's easier this way." I tore my gaze from the window and slammed. My eyes shut again, curling into a ball on the bed. My phone clutched against my chest like a holy relic. 12:23 a.m. 37 minutes until 1:13. 37 minutes until the final chime that would either seal the fold or pull me through it forever. The entity didn't speak again. It didn't need to. It simply waited, its cold presence seeping into my bones, its hunger a physical pressure against my mind. I felt time stretching around me, minutes elongating into hours, seconds compressing into instants. I relived my entire life in fractured flashes, learning to ride a bike, my first kiss, the moment I knew I loved Sarah, the moment I knew I'd lost her. All of it happening at once, all of it real, all of it mine to lose. At 12:58 a.m. on my phone, the regulator began its final sequence. 1, 2, 3. I counted along, tears streaming down my face, my body shaking with cold and terror. 10, 11, 12. Silence. A single, endless second stretched between 12 and 13. In that silence, I felt the entity lean closer, felt its hunger like a vacuum pulling at my soul, felt the fabric of my timeline straining, ready to snap. 13. The 13th chime for 1 o'clock wasn't a sound at all. It was an absence, a silence so profound it swallowed all other noise, all other sensation. In that silence, I felt myself beginning to unravel, felt moments of my life peeling away like pages from a book, drifting toward the entity's waiting form. But I held on, clutched my phone tighter, focused on the single steady number glowing on its screen. 1 a.m., real time, my time, the time I had earned through living, through failing, through continuing anyway. The silence broke, not with a chime, but with a sound like tearing fabric. A violent shudder passed through the apartment, the walls groaning, the floorboards buckling, the regulator clock emitting a final discordant crack as something inside its mechanism shattered. And then stillness. Warmth returned to the room in a gentle wave. The pressure lifted. The shadows receded, becoming ordinary darkness once more. I kept my eyes closed, counting slowly to 60, as Alistair had instructed. When I opened them, dawn light filtered through the dormer window. My phone read 7:03 a.m. I turned slowly, dreading what I might see. The regulator clock hung silent on the wall, its hands frozen at 1:13. A hairline fracture spiderwebbed across its glass face, but the room was empty. The shadows were just shadows. The air smelled of dust and old wood and morning. I descended the stairs on trembling legs. The shop below was empty. Alistair's stool sat pushed back from the workbench. His loop lay beside a half-disassembled pocket watch. But he was gone. On the workbench, next to his tools, lay a single sheet of paper. I picked it up with numb fingers. The fold is sealed for another generation. I chose to stay on the other side, to keep watch from within the scar. Someone must tend a mechanism, even broken, especially broken. Don't mourn me. I am where I need to be, and you must leave this town today. The entity knows your taste now. It will remember. Go somewhere with no clocks, somewhere time moves carelessly, and never ever listen for a 13th chime again. Beneath the note lay a small brass key, the same key Alistair had used to wind the regulator. I slipped it into my pocket without thinking. I packed my bags in 20 minutes. Didn't shower, didn't eat, just stuffed clothes into suitcases and carried them to my car. As I drove away from Blackwater Falls, I watched the town clock recede in my rearview mirror. Its hands moved normally. 12 chimes at noon as I passed the city limits. I've been on the road for 3 days now. I avoid towns with prominent clocks. I keep my phone on silent, its time display turned off. I sleep in motel rooms with no wall clocks, drawing the curtains against the sun so I won't know whether it's morning or evening. But last night, in a roadside motel outside Boise, I woke at precisely 12 a.m., according to the glowing numbers on the microwave across the room. And from somewhere far away, perhaps from the valley between mountains, perhaps from the space between heartbeats, I heard it, a single distant chime, followed by a second. I pulled the pillow over my head and counted my own breaths until dawn. When I finally dared to look at my phone, the time read 12:02 a.m., but the microwave across the room glowed with a different number, 1:15 a.m., and this morning, when I checked out, the clerk smiled pleasantly and said, "Have a nice day, sir. Beautiful weather for a Tuesday." I didn't correct him. I didn't tell him it's Wednesday, because as I drove away from that motel, I glanced at my phone's calendar feature, and it agreed with him. It's Tuesday. It's been Tuesday for 38 hours now, and in the rearview mirror, just beyond the edge of sight, the shadows between telephone poles seemed to linger a moment too long, to hold a shape that shouldn't be there, to watch me drive through a day that refuses to end. I don't know how much time I have left. I don't know if time even means anything anymore, but I keep driving, eastward, away from the mountains, away from the valley, away from the clock that struck 13 times and taught me that time isn't a river flowing in one direction. It's a room, and some rooms have doors that shouldn't exist, and some things wait on the other side of those doors, patient and hungry, knowing that everyone, sooner or later, checks the time. As this story comes to rest, a new whisper begins. I accepted a winter caretaker position at a geothermal research station in Greenland. The heat keeps rising, but the snow never melts. The job market for theoretical geologists with a revoked tenure and a history of public breakdowns is, as you might expect, incredibly thin. I wasn't looking for redemption when I found a listing on a specialized server for industrial contractors. I was looking for a hole to crawl into, somewhere the noise of the world couldn't reach me, where I could pay off my legal fees and drink cheap whiskey until my liver gave out. The listing was for a site monitor at the Helios 4 Geothermal Station. Location: Northeast Greenland National Park, roughly 300 miles from the nearest permanent settlement. Duration: 6 months of polar night. Pay: an absurd sum deposited weekly into an offshore account. The interview was conducted over a satellite phone that crackled like a Geiger counter. The man on the other end, a Dr. Vorgan, didn't ask about my academic scandal. He didn't ask about the incident at the university. He only asked about my aptitude for solitude. "The station is automated, Mr. Thorne," Vorgan said, his voice tinny and distant. "The drilling phase concluded 3 years ago. We are currently in the harvest phase. The turbines run themselves. The data uploads itself. We need a human presence solely for manual override in case of catastrophic containment failure. You are essentially a fleshy insurance policy." "Containment failure?" I asked, looking at the half-empty bottle of scotch on my desk. "I thought this was a geothermal plant. Steam and turbines. What are we containing?" There was a pause on the line, a pause that lasted just a few seconds too long. "Pressure, Mr. Thorne," Vorgan said finally. "We are tapping into a pocket of the mantle that is volatile, high pressure, high toxicity. If the seals blow, we need someone to manually engage the lockdown clamps before the valley is flooded with superheated gas. Can you handle a wrench and a checklist?" "I can handle a wrench," I said. 2 weeks later, I was standing on the deck of a heavy-duty icebreaker, watching the coast of Greenland rise out of the gray Atlantic like the spine of a dead leviathan. The air was so cold it felt like swallowing glass. The sky was a bruising purple, the sun already dipping below the horizon for the long winter sleep. We docked at a supply outpost, and from there a helicopter took me inland. We flew over endless sheets of white, broken only by the jagged black teeth of mountains. It was beautiful, in the way a tomb is beautiful, pristine, silent, and utterly hostile to life. Helios 4 sat in a crater-like valley surrounded by glacial walls. It didn't look like a power plant. It looked like a bunker. It was a squat hexagonal structure made of reinforced concrete and dark steel, half buried in the permafrost. A massive array of steam vents pointed toward the sky, but oddly, there was no steam, no plumes of white vapor, just the shimmering heat haze distorting the air above the vents. The pilot didn't shut off the rotors. He didn't help me with my bags. He just hovered a few feet off the helipad, waited for me to jump out, and then banked hard, disappearing into the gathering dark before I even reached the airlock. I was alone. The interior of the station was surprisingly modern. It was all brushed steel, LED strips, and hermetic seals. It hummed with a low, thrumming vibration that I felt in my teeth. The air was recycled, smelling of ozone and coffee grounds. My living quarters were on level 1, the surface level. The control room was on level 2. The engineering deck was on level 3, and below that, accessible only by a freight elevator with a retinal scanner, was the shaft. That was where the drill went down through the crust, down through the rock, tapping into whatever heat source Vorgan had found. The first month was exactly what I wanted. It was boring. My routine was simple. Wake up at 0600, though morning was a theoretical concept in the pitch black of polar winter. Check the pressure gauges in the control room, log the turbine output, eat a freeze-dried meal, read, sleep. The station was warm. Too warm, actually. I walked around in a t-shirt and sweatpants. The thermostat was set to 68 degrees, but the ambient temperature hovered around 75. I tried to lower it, but the system overrode my commands. Exterior temp, 40F. Interior temp, 75F. System optimal. I spent my free time exploring the digital archives of the station. I wanted to know what we were sitting on. Most of the files were encrypted, but I found the initial geological surveys. They didn't make sense. The surveys showed a massive heat anomaly. That was normal, but the shape of the anomaly wasn't a pocket or a vein. It was a sphere, a perfect thermal sphere located 3 miles beneath the ice. Magma doesn't form perfect spheres. It flows, it follows fissures. This looked like an object, a massive, hot object buried in the earth. I brushed it off. Sensor error, glitch in the mapping software. The trouble started on day 42. I was in the galley making coffee when I heard a sound coming from the ventilation duct above the stove. It sounded like singing, not music, not a radio. It was a human voice, female, humming a melody that was disjointed, rising and falling in quatertones that made my skin crawl. It was faint, echoing through the metal ducts like it was traveling a great distance. I froze, the coffee pot hovering over my mug. "Hello?" I called out. The humming stopped instantly. I waited. Silence. Just the omnipresent thrum, thrum, thrum of the station's heartbeat. I grabbed my radio. "Base, this is Thorne. Do we have any maintenance crews in the sector? Over." Static. The satellite link was down. It went down often due to the magnetic interference from the aurora borealis. But the timing felt wrong. I spent the next hour searching level 1 and level 2. I checked every closet, every crawl space, nothing, just me and the hum. I convinced myself it was the wind. The wind in Greenland can sound like anything, screaming trains, crying babies, humming women. It plays tricks on the mind when you haven't spoken to another soul in 6 weeks. But the next night, the heat went up. I woke up sweating. My sheets were soaked. The air in my cabin was thick and heavy. I looked at the digital thermometer on the wall, 82 degrees Fahrenheit. I groaned and kicked off the blankets. I walked to the control room to check the HVAC system. The readout on the main console was flashing red. Warning, thermal spike in Sector 4. Sector 4 was the drill shaft. I sat in the command chair and pulled up the telemetry. The temperature at the bottom of the shaft at the injection point had jumped by 400 degrees in the last hour. That shouldn't happen. Geothermal energy is constant. It doesn't spike unless there's an eruption. I initiated the coolant flush. Gallons of liquid nitrogen were pumped down the sleeve of the drill to regulate the temperature. I watched the numbers. They didn't drop. They kept climbing. Injection point temp, 1200 F, a 1300 F, 1400 F. And then the audio sensors at the bottom of the shaft triggered. The system was designed to listen for rock fractures. The sound of the earth cracking under pressure. But the audio file that popped up on my screen wasn't the sound of cracking rock. It was a rhythmic thumping. Boom, 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 boom. It was slow, massive. It sounded like a heartbeat. I stared at the screen, sweat dripping down my nose onto the keyboard. "What are we drilling into?" I whispered. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the control room watching the numbers climb, listening to that impossible heartbeat thudding through the speakers. Around 400 hours, the temperature stabilized at 1,500 degrees. The heartbeat stopped. I'd decided I needed to go down there. The rules Vorgan gave me were clear. Manual override only in case of catastrophic failure. Well, a heartbeat in the Earth's crust felt pretty catastrophic to me. I took the freight elevator down. Level 3, engineering. The air here was stifling. It smelled of sulfur and something else, something sweet, like rotting fruit. I walked to the heavy blast doors that led to the maintenance catwalk of the shaft. I swiped my key card. The light turned green. The hydraulic locks disengaged with a hiss. I pulled the heavy steel door open. The heat hit me like a physical blow. It was suffocating. I stepped onto the catwalk. It was a metal grate suspended over a black abyss. In the center of the abyss was the drill. It was a massive column of titanium and reinforced steel descending into the dark. It vibrated violently. I walked to the edge of the railing and shone my high-powered flashlight down. The beam cut through the steam and the dark, illuminating the sheer rock walls of the shaft. But the walls weren't rock anymore. About 50 feet down, the gray granite gave way to something else. It was pink. It looked like tissue, like muscle fiber. The walls of the shaft were pulsing. I rubbed my eyes. "Nitrogen narcosis," I muttered. "Oxygen deprivation, heat stroke." I scrambled back to the door, sealed it, and ran back to the elevator. I went straight to the med bay on level 1. I hooked myself up to the vitals monitor. Oxygen saturation, 98%. Heart rate, 120. No toxins in the blood. I wasn't hallucinating. I went back to the control room. I needed to find the logs from the previous caretaker. Vorgan hadn't mentioned a previous caretaker, but there's always a previous guy. I dug into the system root directory. I bypassed the standard user interface and went into the raw data logs. I found a folder labeled User Archives MSM. I opened the last text file, dated 3 months before my arrival. August 14th, it's awake. I don't know how, but the drilling woke it up. Vorgan knows. He has to know. The heat isn't geothermal. It's metabolic. We aren't drawing power from the mantle. We're siphoning body heat. We are a tick on the back of a god. I scrolled down. August 20th. It's talking to me. It uses the pipes. It vibrates the metal to form words. It wants me to open the seals. It says it's cold. It says it's been sleeping in the ice for 1,000,000 years, and it wants to stretch. August 25th. I'm going to open the seals. Not the main clamp, just the auxiliary vents. Just to give it some air. It promised to show me what's beneath the skin. It promised to show me the history of the world. The log ended there. I sat back, the leather chair creaking. SM had opened the vents, and then SM had disappeared, and now I was the tick. The lights in the control room flickered. The hum of the station changed pitch. It went from a mechanical drone to a wet, gurgling sound. The intercom system clicked on. "Mr. Thorne." The voice wasn't Vorgan. It wasn't the singing woman. It was my own voice. But it was distorted, layered over itself. Mr. Thorne, the ambient temperature is insufficient. Please adjust. I grabbed the radio handset on the console. Who is this? Is this Vorgan? Vorgan is irrelevant, the voice said, using my own intonation, my own pauses. We are the Helios. We are the vessel. The heat is rising, Mr. Thorne. Why do you resist the thaw? I'm shutting it down, I said. I'm engaging the emergency lockdown. That would be unwise. The pressure must be released. If you clamp the vein, the heart will burst, and if the heart bursts, the mountain falls. I slammed my hand onto the emergency lockdown button, a big red mushroom cap under a plastic guard. Sirens wailed. Red strobe lights began to flash. Lockdown initiated. Blast doors sealing. Ventilation closing. The voice on the intercom laughed. It was a terrible sound. It sounded like boulders grinding together. You cannot lock out the house, little flea. You are inside the house. The floor of the control room buckled. A crack appeared in the reinforced concrete. Steam, pink, sweet-smelling steam, hissed out of the fissure. I ran. I needed to get to the surface. I needed to get to the snowcat vehicle in the garage on level 1. I sprinted for the stairs, bypassing the elevator. I didn't trust the electronics anymore. The stairwell was sweltering. It was at least 100 degrees now. The metal railing was hot to the touch. As I climbed, I saw the walls changing. The brushed steel panels were blistering. The paint was bubbling, peeling back to reveal not concrete, not insulation. Veins, thick blue and purple veins pulsing beneath the surface of the walls. The station itself was becoming biological. The organism beneath us wasn't just under the station, it was infecting the station. It was growing into the structure. I reached level 1. The hallway to the garage was a nightmare. The floor was soft. My boots sank into it like walking on a sponge. The air was thick with that sweet, rotting smell. I saw movement in the kitchen. I stopped. Standing by the stove was a figure. It was a man. He was wearing a jumpsuit with the name tag S. Miller. Miller? I gasped. He turned around. His face was gone. Where his eyes and nose and mouth should have been, there was just smooth, pink flesh, like a thumb. But his chest was split open. Ribs were cracked outward like a cage, and inside his chest cavity, nestled where his lung should be, was a drill bit, a small rotating piece of metal that spun lazily, grinding against his spine. He raised a hand. He pointed at the garage. "Run!" a voice spoke. It didn't come from him. It came from the vent above his head. "Run, little flea. It likes the chase." I didn't need telling twice. I bolted for the garage door. It was sealed. The lockdown I had initiated had locked me in. "Damn it!" I screamed, pounding on the control panel. I needed the manual release crank. It was in the supply closet down the hall. I turned back. The thing that used to be Miller was walking toward me. It shuffled, its feet dragging through the spongy floor. I ran past it, dodging its grasp of hands. I made it to the supply closet. I grabbed the heavy iron crank. When I turned around, Miller blocked the doorway. He lunged. I swung the crank. It hit him in the head with a wet thud. He didn't fall. The impact just dented the smooth flesh of his face. He grabbed me. His hands were boiling hot. They burned through my clothes. "Let go!" I screamed. I kicked him in the knee. His leg snapped backward with a sickening crunch, bending the wrong way. He fell. I ran back to the garage door. I jammed the crank into the socket and turned. The gears ground together. The heavy door began to lift inch by agonizing inch, cold air rushed in. Beautiful, freezing, sub-zero air. The snow rushed in with it, swirling across the garage floor. I dropped to my stomach and crawled under the door before it was fully open. I scrambled out onto the ice. The wind hit me, instantly freezing the sweat on my skin. I gasped, the cold burning my lungs. I looked back at the station. It was glowing. The entire hexagonal structure was pulsating with a dull red light. The concrete walls were undulating, and the steam vents, they weren't venting steam, they were venting spores. Massive clouds of red, glittery dust were shooting into the sky, being caught by the Arctic wind and carried south. I ran to the snowcat. It was parked outside, coated in ice. I prayed the engine block heater had worked. I fumbled with the keys, my fingers numb. I jumped in. I turned the key. The engine coughed, sputtered, and roared to life. I threw it into gear and floored it. The tracks dug into the snow, and the vehicle lurched forward. I drove blindly into the polar night. Guided only by the GPS, I didn't stop for 6 hours. I didn't stop until the fuel gauge was on empty, and I saw the lights of the Coast Guard outpost in the distance. I crashed the snowcat into the perimeter fence. I stumbled out, waving my arms, screaming, until the guards came out and tackled me. They put me in quarantine. They thought I had hypothermia. They thought I had cabin fever psychosis. I tried to tell them about the heartbeat, about Miller, about the spores. They sedated me. When I woke up, Vorgan was there. He was standing at the foot of my hospital bed. He was wearing a pristine suit. "You breached a contract, Mr. Thorne," he said calmly. "It's alive," I croaked. "The station, it's growing." "We know," Vorgan said. "Biomass conversion. It's a fascinating energy source, infinite renewal. We just had to integrate it." Miller was a prototype. You were the control group. You performed admirably. The lockdown actually accelerated the fusion process. The pressure spike forced the organism to bond with the architecture to survive. "You're insane. It's releasing spores. It's going to spread." Vorgan smiled. "Expansion is the nature of life, Mr. Thorne." He checked his watch. "You're free to go. We've wired the money. Your NDA is still in effect. If you speak to the press, we will release your medical records, the ones detailing your previous breakdown. No one will believe you." He left. I took the money. I left Greenland. I live in Arizona now. The desert, it's dry here. The ground is hard and dead. But I watch the weather reports. There's a new strain of fungal infection spreading in northern Europe. They say it's mild. They say it causes a fever, a slight increase in body temperature. But I saw a photo online yesterday, a photo of a man in a hospital in Oslo. His skin looked smooth, pink, and the caption said he kept complaining about a sound, a humming sound. I have a basement. Here. I went down there yesterday to check the fuse box. I put my hand on the concrete wall. It was warm. And for a second, just a second, I thought I felt a pulse. I think Vorgan was wrong. He didn't integrate the organism. He just gave it a door. And now the house is everywhere. I'm going to go buy a drill, a big one. If the walls are going to breathe, I want to hear them scream. And that is the end of this story. Now let's begin a new one. Every photograph I take now contains a figure standing just outside my memory. I rented the cottage because it was the only place that would take me on such short notice. My divorce had been finalized 3 weeks earlier, and the apartment I'd shared with Sarah for 7 years suddenly felt like a museum of someone else's life. Every shelf held artifacts of a marriage I no longer recognized. Her favorite coffee mug still in the cabinet, the dent in the couch cushion where she always sat, the faint scent of her perfume lingering in the bedroom curtains no matter how many times I washed them. I needed to disappear for a while, not dramatically, not tragically, just quietly, into a place where no one knew my name or the shape of my failure. The listing appeared on a regional rental site specializing in rural properties. Hemlock Cottage, it read, secluded, woodland views, monthly rates available, no credit check required. The photographs showed a small stone structure nestled among towering pines, a slate roof, mossy with age, a narrow porch with 2 rocking chairs facing the trees. It looked peaceful, forgotten, exactly what I needed. The owner, a woman named Eleanor Voss, answered my email within an hour. Her terms were unusual, cash only, a single month's rent up front, no formal lease, but her tone was warm, almost maternal. "The cottage has been in my family for generations," she wrote. "It understands sorrow. It provides quiet. You'll be safe there." Something about that phrasing should have given me pause, but grief makes you susceptible to poetry. I wired the money the next day. Eleanor met me at the end of the gravel drive on a Tuesday afternoon in late October. She was older than I expected, 70 if she was a day, with silver hair pulled into a loose bun and eyes the color of weathered slate. She drove a battered pickup truck and wore rubber boots caked with dried mud. After helping me unload my single suitcase from my car, she handed me a heavy iron key tied to a leather thong. "The lock sticks sometimes," she said, her voice soft but carrying easily in the stillness of the woods. "You have to jiggle it just so." She demonstrated with a practiced twist of her wrist. "There's a landline inside if you need anything. No cell service out here, I'm afraid. The cottage prefers its privacy." I almost laughed at that, another poetic flourish, but the look on her face stopped me. She was serious, entirely serious. She gave me a brief tour. The cottage was smaller inside than it appeared from the road, a single room serving as kitchen, living area, and sleeping space, with a narrow door leading to a bathroom barely large enough to turn around in. The furniture was sparse, but serviceable. A cast-iron stove for cooking and heat, a wooden table with 2 chairs, a narrow bed with a wool blanket folded at the foot. The walls were stone, rough-hewn and cold to the touch, and the single window facing the woods was thick with grime. But it was clean, impeccably clean. No dust on the shelves, no cobwebs in the corners, the wooden floor swept smooth. It felt less like an abandoned place and more like a space waiting patiently for occupancy. "The previous tenant left suddenly," Eleanor said when I commented on the cleanliness. She was standing by the door, already preparing to leave. She didn't have time to make a mess. She paused, her gaze drifting to the mantelpiece above the cold fireplace. "She was a photographer like you." I stiffened. I hadn't mentioned my profession in my email. I'd simply given my name and dates of occupancy. Eleanor must have seen my reaction. She offered a thin smile. "Your website came up when I searched your name. Beautiful work. All those empty streets at dawn. You have an eye for solitude." She stepped onto the porch. "I'll check on you in a week. If you need anything before then, use the phone. But mind the silence here. The cottage, it listens." she drove away in her truck, the sound of the engine fading quickly into the dense wall of trees. I stood on the porch for a long time after she left, listening to the wind move through the pines. It was the first true quiet I'd experienced in months. No traffic hum, no neighbor's television bleeding through walls, no refrigerator cycling on and off, just wind and the occasional call of a distant bird. For the first time since signing the divorce papers, I felt my shoulders relax. That evening, as dusk settled over the woods, I unpacked my camera bag. Photography had been my refuge long before it became my profession. During the worst months of my marriage's dissolution, I'd taken to walking the city streets before sunrise, capturing empty intersections slick with rain, fog clinging to streetlights, shop windows reflecting nothing but darkness. There was comfort in documenting absence, in proving that emptiness could be beautiful. I set up my tripod by the window and waited for full dark. When it came, I began shooting long exposures of the woods, the black silhouettes of pine trunks against a sky just bright enough to suggest stars, the faint silver path of a stream cutting through the trees 200 yards from the cottage. The images on my camera's LCD screen were exactly what I'd hoped for: serene, melancholic, perfectly composed. I shot until my fingers grew numb from the cold seeping through the window frame, then retreated to the bed with a book I couldn't focus on. I woke at 3:33 a.m. to the sound of footsteps on the porch. Not heavy footsteps, not the deliberate tread of an intruder testing the floorboards. These were lighter, almost hesitant, like someone pacing just beyond the door, stopping occasionally as if listening. I lay frozen in the bed, my heart hammering against my ribs. The footsteps continued for perhaps 30 seconds. Then silence. I waited a full minute before sliding out of bed and creeping to the window. I peeled back the edge of the curtain, just enough to see the porch, empty. The two rocking chairs sat motionless. The gravel path leading to the road was undisturbed. I told myself it had been an animal, a raccoon or fox crossing the porch boards. But animals don't pace with human rhythm. They don't stop and listen. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Morning brought weak sunlight filtering through the high canopy of pines. I made coffee on the cast iron stove and forced myself to eat a piece of toast, my hands still trembling slightly from the night's disturbance. To steady my nerves, I decided to develop the photographs I'd taken the previous evening. I'd brought a portable darkroom kit, a light-tight changing bag, chemicals, trays, anticipating days too quiet for anything but immersion in my craft. The bathroom, though small, had a hook on the door where I could hang a blackout cloth. It would suffice. For hours I worked in the red glow of the safe light, my hands moving through familiar motions, sliding negatives into developing tanks, pouring chemicals in precise sequence, agitating at exact intervals. There was meditation in the ritual. By noon, the first contact sheet was drying on a clothesline strung across the bathroom. I studied it with a loupe, noting which frames deserved enlargement. That's when I saw it. Frame 7, the wide shot of the woods with the stream catching the faint starlight, contained an anomaly. Just beyond the tree line, partially obscured by the dark mass of pine trunks, stood a figure, human-shaped but indistinct, as if the darkness itself had coalesced into a silhouette. It stood perfectly still, facing the cottage, facing me. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. I checked the other frames from that sequence. Frame 6, no figure. Frame 8, no figure. Only frame 7 contained this silent observer. I told myself it was a trick of the light, a shadow cast by an unusually shaped branch, a flaw in the film emulsion, my own sleep-deprived, mind-imposing pattern on randomness. But the shape was too distinctly humanoid, the posture too deliberate. I spent the afternoon walking the perimeter of the property, searching for any sign of recent human presence. Broken branches, footprints in the soft earth near the stream, discarded items. I found nothing. The woods felt ancient and undisturbed. When I returned to the cottage, sweat cooling on my skin despite the chill air, I told myself I'd imagined it. Grief does strange things to perception. I'd read studies about widows seeing their deceased spouses in crowds, hearing their voices in static. Perhaps divorce produced its own ghosts. That night, I shot again, this time deliberately framing the area where I'd seen the figure. I took 20 exposures, varying shutter speeds and apertures. When I developed them the next morning, my hands shook as I pinned the contact sheet to the drying line. Every single frame contained the figure, not in the same position each time. It shifted slightly between exposures, sometimes closer to the tree line, sometimes partially hidden behind a specific pine I'd begun to recognize. But it was always there, always facing the cottage, always just beyond the reach of the available light, remaining stubbornly indistinct no matter how I adjusted development times or chemical concentrations. I enlarged the clearest frame to an 8 by 10 print, studying it under magnification until my eyes ached. The figure had no discernible features, no face, no clothing details, no gender, but its posture suggested a slight forward lean, as if straining to see into the cottage window. To see me? I packed my bags that afternoon. This was no longer solitude. It was surveillance. I would leave a note for Eleanor on the table, leave the key on the mantelpiece, and drive back to the city where ghosts were at least familiar. But when I tried to start my car, the engine turned over once and died. I tried again. Nothing. The battery was completely dead, though it had been fully charged when I arrived. I checked the terminals, clean, tight, no corrosion. I had no jumper cables, no cell service to call a tow truck, no choice but to stay another night. Eleanor arrived the next morning in her pickup truck, as promised. I met her on the porch before she could even step out of the vehicle. "The car won't start," I said, my voice tight with a fear I could no longer conceal. "And the photographs. I need to show you something." She listened quietly as I described the figure in my images, then followed me inside without comment. I showed her the contact sheets, the enlarged print. She studied them for a long time, her expression unreadable. When she finally looked up, her eyes held not alarm, but a deep, weary sadness. "Her name was Clara," Eleanor said softly. "She rented the cottage 2 years ago, a photographer from Portland. She came here after her husband died suddenly, a heart attack while jogging. She couldn't bear their home anymore." Eleanor's gaze drifted to the mantelpiece again. "She took photographs every night, just like you. She said the darkness here felt honest." "What happened to her?" I asked, though I already feared the answer. "She disappeared one morning. Her car was still here, her bags unpacked, her camera on the table with a fresh roll of film inside." We searched the woods for weeks. Nothing, no body, no signs of struggle, just gone. Eleanor turned her slate-colored eyes to me. But her camera was found a month later, half buried the stream bed. The film was ruined except for one frame. It showed this cottage from the woods, and standing on the porch was a figure, Clara's figure. But the cottage was empty that day. I was here myself, checking the plumbing. A coldness spread through my limbs. You think she's still here? I think the cottage holds on to things, Eleanor said carefully. Memories, regrets, people who aren't ready to leave. Your camera, it doesn't just capture light. It captures what lingers, what refuses to fade. She reached out and gently touched the enlarged print on my table. But this isn't Clara. My breath caught. What do you mean? Eleanor's finger traced the outline of the figure in the photograph. Clara was 5 feet 2 inches tall. This figure is taller, and it stands differently. Shoulders broader. This isn't the previous tenant. She looked at me, and her voice dropped to a whisper. This is someone from your life, someone you've forgotten. I laughed, a sharp, brittle sound that echoed strangely in the stone room. That's impossible. I'd recognize anyone from my life. Would you? Eleanor asked gently. Memory isn't a perfect record. It's a story we tell ourselves. And sometimes we edit out the painful parts, the parts that don't fit the narrative we need to survive. She left me with a new car battery and a promise to return in 3 days. After she drove away, I sat at the table staring at the photograph until the light failed. Her words echoed in my mind, absurd, yet somehow resonant. Someone from my life I'd forgotten? I ran through my mental catalog of acquaintances, relatives, childhood friends. No one fit. No one had disappeared. No one had died under mysterious circumstances. My life had been, by all accounts, ordinary, stable, until Sarah. That night, I didn't shoot photographs. I sat in the rocking chair on the porch with a blanket around my shoulders, watching the tree line, daring the figure to appear, daring myself to see it with my own eyes, not through a lens. Hours passed. The moon rose, casting long blue shadows across the clearing. At 2:17 a.m., I saw it. Not a shape in the darkness, not a silhouette against the trees, but a subtle wrongness in the pattern of shadows between 2 pines, a density where there should have been only depth, a suggestion of form where the eye expected emptiness. It lasted only a second before my vision corrected itself. The woods resolving back into simple darkness. But in that moment, I felt a jolt of recognition so profound it stole my breath. Not recognition of a face or a name, but of a feeling, a specific, crystalline memory, of standing exactly where that shadow density appeared, looking toward this cottage, looking toward myself. I stumbled back inside and locked the door, my hands trembling violently. I spent the rest of the night with the lights on, my camera bag clutched in my lap like a talisman. At dawn, I made a decision. If this thing, this presence, was tied to a forgotten memory, then perhaps I could excavate it. I would photograph everything, not just the woods at night, but the cottage itself, the interior, my own reflection. I would document my reality so thoroughly that whatever lurked at its edges would be forced into the frame, forced into recognition. I began with self-portraits, setting up the camera on a tripod. Using a remote trigger, I photographed myself making coffee, reading by the window, lying in bed with my eyes closed. Mundane moments captured with clinical precision. I developed the film that afternoon with a growing sense of dread. The first contact sheet showed exactly what I'd shot. Myself, moving through the rituals of solitude. But in the background of each frame, just beyond the edge of my awareness within the image, stood the figure, always in the periphery, always watching me live my borrowed life in this borrowed space. The final frame on the sheet stopped my breath. It was a photograph of me sleeping. I'd set the camera on the mantelpiece before bed, aimed at the bed, shutter open for a 30-minute exposure. The image showed my body beneath the blanket, one arm thrown across my face, and standing at the foot of the bed, close enough to touch me, was the figure. But this time, the long exposure had captured something new, a faint translucence to its form, and within that translucence, the suggestion of features, a jawline, the slope of a nose, the shape of eyes I knew. I dropped the contact sheet as if burned, my heart hammered against my ribs. I stumbled to the bathroom and stared into the mirror above the sink. My own face stared back, pale, shadowed with exhaustion, eyes wide with fear. But superimposed over my reflection, visible only in my mind's eye now, was the face from the photograph. The face within the figure, a face I had not seen in 23 years. Michael, my brother, the brother who had drowned when we were children, the brother whose death I had witnessed from the river bank, helpless to save him as the current pulled him under for the third and final time. The brother whose face I could no longer clearly recall, despite years of therapy aimed at helping me process the trauma. My therapist had explained it as protective amnesia, the mind's way of shielding itself from unbearable pain. I had accepted this explanation. I had built a life around the ghost of a boy whose features had gradually softened into impressionistic memory, dark hair, freckles, a gap between his front teeth. Details I'd reconstructed from family photographs, not from genuine recall. But the face in the photograph was not the face from family albums. It was sharper, older, the face Michael would have had at 28, not 8. The age he would have been today, the age I was now. I spent the next 2 days in a fugue state, moving through the cottage like a ghost myself. I barely ate. I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that face, my brother's face, aged by years he never lived, watching me from the foot of my bed, from the tree line, from the periphery of every moment I tried to claim as my own. Eleanor returned on the 3rd day to check on me. She took one look at my hollowed cheeks, my bloodshot eyes, and knew. "You've remembered," she said softly. "Not all of it," I whispered, "but enough." She sat with me at the table while I told her what I could. The drowning, the years of blurred memory, the recent shock of recognition in my own photograph. When I finished, she nodded slowly. "The cottage doesn't show you strangers," she said. "It shows you what you've lost, what you've buried." Clara saw her husband in her photographs during her last weeks here, not as he was in life, but as he might have been, older, wiser, waiting for her on the other side of grief. The cottage gives us what we need to see, even when we're not ready to see it. "Why is he here?" I asked, my voice breaking. "Why now?" Eleanor's gaze was gentle but unflinching. "You came here running from one loss, but you've been running from another your entire life. The cottage doesn't care about timelines. Grief is grief. Loss is loss. They all pool together in the places that remember. That night, I did not resist the pull toward the woods. As darkness fell, I loaded a fresh roll of film into my camera, attached a wide-angle lens, and walked barefoot across the dew-damp grass toward the tree line. I stopped where I'd seen the shadow density 2 nights before, the spot that had triggered that flash of impossible recognition. I set up the tripod, mounted the camera, set the shutter for a 10-minute exposure, and I stepped into the frame. I stood perfectly still as the shutter clicked open. The woods were silent except for the wind in the pines. I closed my eyes and waited. After perhaps 3 minutes, I felt it. A shift in the air temperature, a pressure change behind my eyes. I opened my eyes. He stood 10 feet away, not a shadow, not a suggestion, fully formed. Michael, but not the child from my fragmented memories. A young man with my eyes, my jawline, dark hair damp as if from river water. He wore jeans and a t-shirt, the clothes he'd drowned in, preserved across decades by whatever physics governed this place. His skin had the faint blue cast of river clay. His expression held no accusation, no anger, only a profound, weary sadness. I tried to speak his name, but no sound came out. My throat had sealed shut with 23 years of unshed grief. He took a single step forward, then another. He stopped an arm's length away, raised his hand, not to touch me, but to point toward the cottage, toward the camera still recording our meeting on light-sensitive silver halides. And in that moment, the memory broke through the dam I'd built around it. Not the drowning itself. That remained mercifully veiled. But what came after? The weeks of silence in our house, my mother's hollow eyes, my father drinking himself to sleep each night, and me, 8-year-old me, standing at my bedroom window night after night, staring into the darkness, whispering a promise into the glass. I'll find you. I'll bring you back. I won't let you stay gone. A child's magical thinking, a desperate bargain with a universe that doesn't negotiate, but promises made in grief have weight. They echo. They wait. Michael's ghost, if that's what he was, lowered his hand. He looked at me with those familiar eyes, and I saw understanding pass between us. He wasn't trapped here. He wasn't waiting for rescue. He had come because I had called him, because my grief for Sarah had cracked open the older, deeper grief I'd buried, and in that crack, my childhood promise had echoed again across the years. I'll find you, I'll bring you back. And he had come, not to be saved, but to release me. He reached out then. His fingers, translucent in the starlight, brushed my cheek. I felt not coldness, but a sensation like warm rain after a long drought, a release, a forgiveness I hadn't known I needed. He smiled, a faint, fleeting expression that was entirely my brother, and then he began to fade, not vanishing abruptly, but dissolving gradually into the night air, like mist burning off a river at dawn. I watched until there was nothing left but the trees and the wind and my own ragged breathing. The shutter clicked closed. I returned to the cottage and developed the film immediately. The final frame showed only the woods at night. Empty, peaceful, beautiful. No figure, no ghost, no brother. Just darkness and starlight and the suggestion of a stream catching the moon. I packed my bags the next morning. My car started on the first try. As I loaded my suitcase into the trunk, Eleanor appeared on a porch across the clearing, watching me silently. I walked over to thank her. "You'll be all right now," she said. It wasn't a question. I nodded. For the first time in months, perhaps in decades, I believed it was true. I drove back to the city that afternoon, back to my empty apartment, back to the work of rebuilding a life. But something had shifted. The grief for Sarah remained. It would for a long time. But it no longer felt like drowning. It felt like something I could carry, something that would, in time, become part of me, rather than a weight dragging me under. A week later, I developed the last roll of film from Hemlock Cottage, the one containing the image of Michael's face at the foot of my bed. I'd avoided it, afraid of what seeing it again might unravel. But I needed to know if what I'd experienced in the woods had been real or a grief-induced hallucination. The contact sheet contained 12 frames. 11 showed exactly what I remembered. The figure at the foot of the bed, the faint suggestion of features within its form. But the 12th frame, the final exposure on the roll, was different. It showed the empty bed, the blanket smooth, the room silent. And on the pillow where my head had rested, 2 words formed from what looked like condensed breath in the cold air. "Thank you. I keep that photograph in a drawer beside my bed. Some nights, when the silence of the apartment grows too heavy, I take it out and study those 2 words until my breathing slows. I don't know if Michael's ghost truly visited me in that cottage. I don't know if the figure in my photographs was ever anything more than my own fractured psyche projecting its deepest sorrow onto light and shadow. Perhaps the cottage was just a place. Perhaps Eleanor was just a lonely old woman spinning stories to comfort broken tenants. Perhaps I dreamed it all. But sometimes, in the periphery of my vision, in the space between blinks, I still catch a glimpse of movement, a familiar shape standing just outside memory. And in those moments, I don't look away. I don't reach for my camera. I simply nod, as one might to an old friend passing on the street. And I continue with my life, carrying both my losses now, not as weights, but as companions, as proof that love outlasts even the deepest forgetting, as evidence that some promises, however impossible, are finally kept when we're ready to release them. As this story comes to rest, a new whisper begins. The weeping walls of 47 Willow Street. The Craigslist ad was buried under listings for shared apartments and studio couch surfing gigs. Room for rent in historic St. John's Victorian. Utilities, Wi-Fi, parking included. $400 a month, quiet tenant preferred, references required. Attached was a single photo, a sunlit room with high ceilings, an ornate, if dusty ceiling medallion, and a view of mature maple trees through tall, wavy glass windows. It looked like a slice of old Portland charm. It was exactly half what I'd been paying for a shoebox downtown after my research grant at PSU fell through. The landlord, Dr. Eris Thorne, spoke with clipped academic precision over the phone. He was a retired anthropology professor, he explained, living alone in the large house after his wife's passing. He needed a responsible, low-impact presence to help with the upkeep. His voice was dry, devoid of warmth, but the price was impossible to ignore. He vetted me thoroughly, asked for pay, stubs, spoke to my last landlord, even requested a copy of my student ID. When he finally agreed, his instructions were specific. Move in after 5 p.m. I keep early hours. Your room is the west-facing one on the 2nd floor, left of the stairs. The rest of the house is private, especially the third floor. Do not go up there. The steps are unsafe." He didn't mention anything about the house's history beyond its 1898 construction date. He just handed me a heavy brass key at the door, his thin hand cold and papery, and retreated immediately into the dim interior, closing the door firmly behind him before I'd even hefted my first box. Stepping inside 47 Willow Street that first evening felt like entering a museum after hours. The air was still, thick with the scent of aged wood, lemon oil polish, and something fainter, more organic, like dried flowers left too long in a vase. Dust motes hung suspended in the slanted afternoon light filtering through the leaded glass of the front door. The entryway opened into a cavernous parlor dominated by a grand staircase with a carved mahogany banister. Heavy velvet drapes, faded to a bruised plum color, framed tall windows. Everything was meticulously clean, but utterly devoid of life. No personal photos, no books out of place, no sound beyond the rhythmic, hollow tick-tock of a grandfather clock in the dining room. My room, as promised, was spacious and high-ceilinged. Sunlight streamed through the west window, illuminating dust dancing above a wrought-iron bed frame, a simple dresser, and a small desk. The wallpaper was a faded pattern of ivy vines. It felt serene, isolated, perfect for writing my dissertation on Pacific Northwest logging communities. I unpacked slowly, savoring the quiet, the absence of sirens and neighbor noise. The only oddity was the closet door. It was slightly ajar, revealing darkness within, and no matter how firmly I pushed it shut, it would creak open again an inch or two within the hour. I chalked it up to old hinges and warped wood. The first night, I woke abruptly at 2:17 a.m., not from a nightmare but from sound. Soft, muffled crying. A child's voice. It seemed to come from the hallway just outside my door. I lay frozen, listening hard. It wasn't loud, just a thin, hiccuping sob that cut through the profound silence of the old house. Sniff, whimper, sniff. It lasted maybe 20 seconds, then stopped as abruptly as it began. I told myself it was the pipes, or the wind whistling through a crack I hadn't noticed. Portland was full of old houses with voices. I got up, peered into the empty, shadowed hallway. Nothing. The grandfather clock downstairs chimed the quarter hour, its deep, resonant bong echoing unnaturally loud. I went back to bed, dismissing it. Stress, jet lag from the move, the unfamiliar quiet playing tricks. But the crying came back. Not every night, unpredictably. Sometimes it was just before dawn. A thin, desolate wail that seemed to seep through the floorboards from below. Sometimes it was mid-afternoon when I was trying to concentrate, a sound so close it made me spin around, expecting to see a lost child standing in the doorway. It was always a child, always female, always heartbreakingly sad. I never saw anyone. Dr. Thorne was a ghost himself. I'd hear his slow footsteps on the floorboards above my room early in the morning, the clink of dishes in the kitchen at precisely 7:30 a.m., and the faint rustle of newspaper pages. We'd exchange terse nods or murmured hellos in the narrow hallway, his pale blue eyes never quite meeting mine, always flicking past me towards the stairs or a closed door. He moved with a stiff, deliberate care, as if navigating a space filled with invisible obstacles. I asked him once casually about the pipes making noises. He didn't look up from polishing a brass candlestick. "The house breathes," he said, his voice dry as dead leaves. "It remembers things. Pay it no heed. Focus on your work. His dismissal was absolute. It felt less like advice and more like a command. The crying wasn't the only thing. Small objects began to vanish. My favorite pen, a cheap Bic, but the one I wrote best with, disappeared from the desk. I found it 3 days later, tucked neatly under the pillow on the unused side of the bed. My reading glasses went missing from the nightstand. I discovered them balanced perfectly on the edge of the cold porcelain sink, in the shared bathroom down the hall, a room I rarely used. One morning, I woke to find the heavy velvet curtains in my room drawn tightly shut, though I always left them open for the light. When I pulled them back, the brass rings scraped against the rod with an unnerving shriek. The closet door was wide open, the darkness within seeming deeper than before. A faint, sweet smell lingered, not pleasant but cloying, like decaying lilies. I mentioned none of this to Dr. Thorne. His coldness was a wall. Instead, I bought a cheap digital voice recorder, the kind journalists use. I left it running on my desk overnight, pointed toward the hallway. The playback the next morning made my blood turn to ice. For hours, there was only silence, the faint hum of the refrigerator downstairs, the distant traffic on Highway 30. Then, at 1:48 a.m., clear as a bell through the cheap microphone, the sound of small bare feet padding softly down the hallway outside my door. Pat, pat, pat. They stopped right outside my threshold. Silence for 10 seconds. Then a child's voice, thin and trembling, whispering directly at the recorder. "Why won't you play with me?" My breath hitched in my throat as I listened. The whisper came again, closer this time, the microphone picking up the faint moisture in the voice. "It's cold, so cold down here. Can I come in?" A pause. Then a sound that wasn't human, a low guttural clicking like stones rattling in a dry throat, followed by a wet, choking sob that dissolved into silence. The recorder captured it all. I played it back 3 times, my hands shaking. This wasn't pipes. This wasn't the wind. This was intentional. I confronted Dr. Thorne at breakfast the next day. He was eating a single boiled egg at the massive scarred kitchen table, his back to the window overlooking the overgrown backyard. I placed the recorder between us, pressed play, and watched his face. His reaction wasn't surprise. It was resignation, a deep, weary sorrow that aged him decades in seconds. He didn't look at the recorder. He stared at his egg, his spoon hovering mid-air. When the child's whisper, "Why won't you play with me?" filled the quiet kitchen, his knuckles turned white on the spoon handle. When the wet, choking sob sounded, a single tear traced a path down his deeply lined cheek. He reached out a trembling hand and stopped the recording. His voice was barely audible. "Her name was Eleanor, my daughter. She died in this house. 1952. Pneumonia." He finally looked at me, his eyes red-rimmed and hollow. She was 7. She didn't want to go to the hospital. She was afraid of the dark there. She hid in the dumbwaiter shaft. He gestured vaguely towards the corner of the kitchen where an old sealed-up wooden cabinet stood. "We found her too late. The doctor, he said her lungs were full of fluid. She drowned on the inside." He wiped his cheek roughly with his sleeve. "She never liked being alone, especially in the dark. She always wanted someone to hold her hand." He pushed his plate away, the egg untouched. "She's not malicious. She's lost. confused, stuck in the moment she was most afraid. The third floor, that's where the old nursery was, where she spent her last days. That's why I said not to go up there. The stairs are unsafe, but also she's strongest there. The air, it's thick with her. He stood up, his movement stiff. I stay because she needs to know she's not forgotten. But the house, it holds on to grief. It holds on to her. You hear her because you're new, because you're warm, because you're here. He walked slowly towards the door to the parlor, pausing with his hand on the frame. Do what you must, but know this. She doesn't understand time. She doesn't understand you aren't me 60 years younger, or that you aren't her mother, long gone. She only knows she's cold and alone, and she wants someone to stay. I didn't pack, not yet. The academic in me warred with the terrified human. I needed proof. Not for Dr. Thorne, he already knew, but for myself. To silence the rationalizing part of my brain screaming mass hysteria, carbon monoxide, infrasound. I bought an EMF meter online. Cheap, probably useless, but a tangible tool. I researched the house. The St. John's Historical Society archives confirmed the basics. Built for a timber baron, sold to Eris Thorne's father in 1948. Eleanor Thorne, age 7, died of complications from pneumonia on January 17, 1952. No mention of a dumbwaiter accident, but records from that era were sparse. I also found an old grainy photo in a digitized Portland newspaper archive. A stern-faced man, Eris's father, a woman with a sad smile, his mother, and a little girl with dark braids and wide, serious eyes standing on the porch of 47 Willow Street. Eleanor. Her eyes seemed to follow me on the screen. That night, I placed the EMF meter on my nightstand, its green digital display glowing faintly in the dark. I left the voice recorder running again. I lay rigid, every sense straining. Midnight passed. 1 a.m. The house creaked its usual symphony. Then at 1:55 a.m., the temperature plummeted. It wasn't a draft. It was a sudden, localized cold spot that settled over the foot of my bed like a physical weight. My breath fogged in the moonlight streaming through the window. The EMF meter's display spiked violently, the needle jumping into the red zone, emitting a faint, high-pitched whine. I fumbled for it, my fingers numb with cold. As I touched it, the crying started. Not muffled, not from the hallway, right beside my ear. A soft, wet sob, followed by a whispered plea that vibrated the air. Hold my hand. Please, it's so dark. I jerked upright, heart hammering against my ribs. The cold intensified, centering on my left hand where it lay on the blanket. I snatched it back as if burned. The EMF meter shrieked. On the nightstand, my water glass trembled, then tipped over, spilling water across the wood. The cold spot vanished instantly. The EMF needle dropped back to 0. The recorder captured it all, the spike whine, the glass shattering, my gasp, and beneath it all, the fading sound of a child's disappointed sigh. You left again. I didn't sleep. At dawn, exhausted and shaking, I went downstairs. Dr. Thorne was already in the kitchen brewing tea. He took one look at my face, pale and drawn, dark circles under my eyes, and nodded slowly. She found you? It wasn't a question. I showed him the EMF readings, the audio file. He listened to the sigh, "You left again," without flinching. That was Marjorie's phrase, he said quietly, stirring his tea with a trembling hand. My wife. She'd say that when Ellie would pull away during her fever dreams. You left again, my little bird. I'm right here. He reached into the pocket of his cardigan and pulled out a small cloth-bound book, its cover stained and soft with age. Eleanor's diary, only a few pages. She was just learning to write. He opened it with reverence. The childish scrawl was heartbreaking. "Today I helped Mama garden. We planted lilies. Mama says they smell like angels. I got dirt on my dress. Papa was cross. I hid in the quiet place. It was dark but safe. I like the quiet place. Mama calls for me, but I like the quiet." Another entry, the handwriting shakier. "Sick. Mama cries. Papa is loud. Doctor smells bad. Don't want the shot. Don't want the dark place. Hold my hand, Mama. Hold my hand, Papa." The final entry was barely legible, the ink blurred as if by tears or rain. "Cold, so cold. Water in my chest. Can't breathe. Mama, Papa, where are you? The quiet place is dark. I'm scared. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Don't leave." The sentence trailed off into a jagged ink stroke. I spent the day in a daze. The rationalizations were gone, burned away by the cold spot, the voice, the diary. Eleanor wasn't a story. She was a presence, a trauma embedded in the wood and plaster of this house. That afternoon, needing air, I walked to the overgrown backyard. The dead oak tree from the Craigslist photo stood sentinel near the fence. At its base, half hidden by weeds, was a small weathered headstone. Not for Eleanor. She was buried in Riverview Cemetery, Dr. Thorne had said, but for Marjorie Thorne, beloved wife and mother, 1920, 1985, and carved beneath, "She never stopped, listening for her little bird." As I stood there, a scent cut through the damp earth smell. Lilacs, strong, sweet, cloying, exactly like the smell I'd noticed near the open closet. I turned. Dr. Thorne stood on the back porch watching me, his face unreadable. He didn't say a word. He just slowly closed the screen door, the thwack of the latch echoing in the still afternoon. That night, I couldn't bring myself to sleep in the room. I dragged the wrought iron bed frame away from the wall, creating a barrier of sorts. I left every light on, the overhead bulb, the desk lamp, even the small light in the ensuite bathroom. I sat on the edge of the bed, the knife from my kitchen drawer resting on my lap, the EMF meter and recorder running. The house was unnaturally quiet. No creaks, no clock ticking, just a heavy, waiting silence. At 2:03 a.m., the lights flickered, once, twice, then died completely, plunging the room into absolute darkness. The EMF meter whined frantically in the blackness. The recorder hissed, static. And then the cold came, not a spot, a wave. It rolled over me, stealing my breath, frosting the air. It smelled overwhelmingly of wet earth and decaying lilies. A small icy hand closed over my wrist where it rested on the knife handle. The grip was surprisingly strong, damp, and freezing. A child's voice, thick with tears and that wet, bubbling undertone, whispered directly into my ear, its breath like the inside of a deep well. "You're warm. Stay warm with me. Don't go to the dark place." I tried to pull away, but the grip tightened, fingers like frozen twigs digging into my skin. I fumbled for the knife's handle, my fingers numb. "Mama left," the whisper sobbed. "Papa left. You stay. You hold my hand. Forever." Panic surged. I yanked my arm back with all my strength. There was a sound like tearing a fabric, a small, sharp "rape," and the cold grip vanished. I scrambled back on the bed, crashing into the wall, fumbling for my phone. The flashlight beam cut through the dark, shaking wildly. The room was empty, but on the blanket where the hand had gripped my wrist, dark, wet stains spread like ink blots, and caught on the edge of the blanket, snagged on the rough iron frame of the bed, was a single long strand of coarse black hair, too long, too thick to be mine or Dr. Thorne's. It glistened wetly in the phone light. I didn't wait for dawn. I packed by phone light, shoving clothes and my laptop into my suitcase with shaking hands. The wet stains on the blanket steamed faintly in the cold air. I avoided looking at the closet. I avoided the hallway. I took the stairs 2 at a time, stumbling on the 3rd step, my suitcase banging against my leg. The grandfather clock in the dining room was silent. The house felt watchful, holding its breath. I reached the front door, fumbled with the heavy brass key in the lock. As the deadbolt slid back with a loud clunk, a sound froze me mid-motion. From the top of the stairs, soft, bare feet patting down. Pat, pat, pat. Slow, deliberate, stopping on the landing, then a new sound, a low, rhythmic thumping, like a small body leaning against the banister. Thump, 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 accompanied by a wet, hitching breath. I didn't look up. I couldn't. I yanked the door open, stumbling out onto the porch. The pre-dawn air was frigid, a relief after the house's unnatural chill. I didn't look back. I ran down the cracked sidewalk, suitcase wheels catching on roots, the knife still clutched in my hand. I didn't stop until I reached the bright fluorescent lights of the 24-hour Safeway 3 blocks away, gasping for breath, leaning against the warm glass doors. I called a cab from inside the store, my voice raw, as I gave the driver the address of a cheap motel near the airport. As the cab pulled up to 47 Willow Street to collect my car, a beat-up Honda Civic parked under the skeletal branches of the dead oak. I forced myself to look at the house. Dawn was breaking, painting the sky in pale pinks and grays. The tall windows on the 2nd floor were dark, all except one, my room, the west-facing window. The heavy velvet curtains were drawn back, just enough to see inside, and pressed against the wavy glass illuminated by the rising sun was the faint, perfect outline of a small, pale handprint. It looked wet, smudged at the edges. As I watched, a second, smaller handprint appeared beside it, lower down on the glass. Then a third. They weren't on the outside. They were on the inside, pressed from within the room. The cab honked impatiently. I tore my eyes away, fumbling for my keys. I drove to the motel in a numb daze, checking the rearview mirror constantly. In the parking lot, under the harsh motel sign flickering in the dawn light, I opened the trunk to get my suitcase. It was covered in thick, wet mud. Dark, rich mud that smelled of river clay and decay. The same mud that had been caked on Eleanor's boots in the old newspaper photo. I hadn't driven through any mud. My tires were clean. The mud was only on the suitcase handle, smeared as if a small cold hand had gripped it tightly while I ran. The motel room smelled of bleach and stale smoke. I sat on the stiff bed, the knife on the nightstand, the EMF meter still whining faintly in my backpack. I called Dr. Thorne. His phone went straight to voicemail, his message clipped and formal. "Thorne residence, leave a message." I left none. I called the Portland Police non-emergency line. I told the bored-sounding dispatcher about the break-in, the mud, the handprints. I sounded unhinged. I knew it. She took my name, my old address, 47 Willow Street, and said an officer would follow up when possible. No urgency, no belief. Why would there be? I was a broke grad student reporting ghosts. I spent the day researching exorcists, mediums, anyone who dealt with the dead. Every website, every forum post dripped with the same advice. Leave. Just leave. Don't look back. But where would I go? My savings were gone. My academic future was in shambles. The weight of Eleanor's loneliness, her desperate, cold grip on my wrist, pressed down on me heavier than any rational fear. She hadn't wanted to hurt me. She'd wanted comfort. She'd wanted someone to stay. That was the true horror, not the cold, not the whispers, but the profound, aching need radiating from that small, trapped presence. The house wasn't haunted by a monster. It was haunted by a little girl who couldn't understand why everyone kept leaving her in the dark. That night, in the thin motel bed, I didn't sleep. I stared at the ceiling, listening to the hum of the highway. At 2:17 a.m., the air conditioning unit above the window rattled violently. Not a normal rattle, a sharp rhythmic bang, 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 like small fists pounding on metal. The digital clock on the nightstand flickered, the numbers dissolving into static snow, and beneath the noise, so faint I thought I might be hallucinating, came the wet, bubbling whisper, seeming to come from the cheap floral wallpaper beside my head. "You forgot your warm blanket?" A pause. The AC unit went silent. The clock stabilized, reading 2:18. The whisper came again, closer, the breath like frost on my ear. "We're waiting." I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just lay there in the suffocating motel room dark, the knife slick in my sweating palm, the smell of wet earth and decaying lilies thick in the air. The $400 a month had been a steal. The cost of staying had been my peace. The cost of leaving, I realized with a cold certainty that seeped into my bones deeper than any ghostly touch, was my freedom. Eleanor wasn't confined to 47 Willow Street. Grief, that old, that deep, doesn't respect walls. It follows, it clings, it waits. And in the crushing silence after the whisper faded, the only sound was the slow, steady drip of muddy water falling from the handle of my suitcase onto the cheap motel carpet. Plink, 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 like a countdown, like a heartbeat, like small bare feet padding closer in the dark. I'm not safe here. I won't be safe anywhere. She's right. They're waiting. And the worst part, the truly, devastatingly realistic part, is that a part of me, the part that's been lonely too, that's lost too much, that part understands why she won't let go. The cold on my wrist doesn't fade. It never will. It's a brand, a promise, or a sentence. The dripping continues. Plink, plink, plink. I close my eyes. I don't pray. I just listen for the bare feet in the hallway outside the thin motel door. They haven't started yet, but they will. They always do. The house on Willow Street didn't keep me, but Eleanor did, and she's bringing the cold with her. Always. The story ends here. Let's begin the next one, the Night Courier. I am writing this on a burner phone I bought at a gas station in New Mexico. I have taped over the camera lenses with electrical tape. I have removed the SIM card 3 times in the last hour just to be sure. My hands are shaking so badly that autocorrect is the only reason this is legible. I don't know who will read this. I don't know if it matters. But I have to leave a record. If you live in the Midwest, specifically along the I-80 corridor, and you see an ad for a private courier night shift offering $2,000 a week for delivering medical supplies, scroll past it. Burn your computer, throw your phone in a river, do not call the number. I was living in my van in a Walmart parking lot in Iowa. I had lost my job at a distribution center because of restructuring, which is corporate speak for we found a robot that works cheaper than you. I was down to my last tank of gas and a bag of stale pretzels. I needed money fast. I found the flyer taped to a lamppost near the store entrance. It was simple, black text on yellow paper. Courier wanted. Nights only. High pay. Discretion required. Call Mr. Vance. I called. A man answered on the second ring. His voice was smooth, calm, like a late-night radio DJ. "Can you drive a manual transmission?" he asked. "Yes," I lied. I could learn. "Are you comfortable with long distances in the dark?" "Yes." "Can you follow instructions without asking questions?" "For $2,000 a week, I'll drive blindfolded." He chuckled. It was a dry sound. "Meet me at the rest stop off exit 240 at midnight. Look for the black sedan." I showed up. The rest stop was deserted, bathed in flickering orange sodium lights. A black Lincoln Town car was idling near the restrooms. The windows were tinted so dark they looked painted. I knocked on the glass. It rolled down. Mr. Vance was older than he sounded. He wore a crisp suit and sunglasses, even though it was midnight. He didn't look at me. He looked straight ahead at the highway. "The job is simple," he said, handing me a heavy envelope and a set of keys. "Take the white van parked around the back. In the back of the van, there is a cooler. Do not open the cooler. Do not adjust the temperature settings. Deliver it to the address inside this envelope. You have exactly 6 hours. If you are late, do not deliver it. Just leave the van and walk away. We will find it." "What's in the cooler?" I asked. "Medical samples," he said. "Very sensitive, very expensive, and very volatile." He handed me $500 cash. "For gas and food. You get the rest upon delivery." I walked around the building. There was a white Ford Transit van. It looked normal, except the windows were painted over with white paint from the inside. I unlocked it and got in. It smelled of bleach and ozone. The cooler was in the back. It was a heavy industrial metal box bolted to the floor. It had a digital display on the lid. 30 at the Craft. It hummed loudly. I opened the envelope. The address was a farmhouse in Nebraska, 400 miles away. I started driving. The first 2 hours were fine. Just me, the road, and the hum of the cooler. The hum was annoying, a low-frequency vibration that rattled my teeth. Vroom, thump. Vroom, thump. Around 2 a.m., I was in the middle of nowhere. Cornfields stretched out on both sides of the highway, endless walls of black stalks. That's when the cooler started making noise. Thump. It sounded like something heavy hit the inside of the lid. I checked the rearview mirror. The cooler was vibrating. Thump, thump. "It's just the compressor," I told myself. "Old fridge unit." Then a voice came from the back of the van. "Let me out." I slammed on the brakes. The van skidded to a halt on the shoulder. I turned around, heart pounding. "Hello?" Silence. Just the hum of the cooler. I waited a minute. Nothing. "Sleep deprivation," I muttered. "Too much coffee." I merged back onto the highway. 10 minutes later, it happened again. "It's cold in here." It was a child's voice, a little girl. I swerved, almost hitting a guardrail. I pulled over again. I grabbed the tire iron from under the seat. I crawled into the back of the van. The cooler sat there, innocent and cold. "Is someone in there?" I yelled. No answer. I put my ear against the metal lid. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Fingernails on metal. Frantic scratching. "Please, mister." the girl's voice whispered, muffled by the insulation. "I can't feel my fingers. Let me out." My stomach dropped. Medical samples, my ass. I was trafficking a kid. I was a monster. I grabbed the latch on the cooler. I had to open it. I had to save her. But then I remembered Vance's words. Do not open the cooler. And very volatile. What if it wasn't a kid? What if it was a recording? A trick? I looked at the digital display, 30 ideograph. If there was a kid in there, she was freezing to death. I made a decision. I popped the latch. The lid hissed. As the seal broke, cold air rushed out, smelling of formaldehyde and copper. I threw the lid open. The cooler was empty. Well, not empty. There was a small glass vial in the center, sitting in a foam cutout. Inside the vial was a dark purple liquid that swirled on its own. But there was no girl, no source of the scratching. I stared at it. I touched the inside walls. Solid metal. Then the liquid in the vial stopped swirling. It pressed against the glass, forming a tiny face, a screaming face. And the voice came from the vial. "You let the cold out." The voice wasn't a little girl anymore. It was deep, demonic, vibrating in my skull. I slammed the lid shut and latched it. My hands were shaking. I climbed back into the driver's seat. "Just deliver the package," I chanted. "Just deliver the package." I drove faster, 90 km/h. But now the van wasn't alone. I looked in the side mirror. A car was following me, a black sedan, no lights. I sped up. It sped up. I took an exit onto a dirt road, trying to lose it. The sedan followed, its tires crunching on the gravel. I was miles from the drop-off. The cornfields were closing in. Suddenly the cooler started screaming. Not a voice. A high-pitched electronic shriek that pierced my eardrums. The display on the lid was flashing red. Containment breach. Temperature rising. 40 degree, 45 degree, 50 degree. The heat coming off the cooler was intense. It was heating up from the inside. "Burn!" the voice screamed from the back. "Burn it all!" The black sedan rammed the back of the van. Crash! I lost control. The van spun out, sliding into a ditch. The engine died. Silence. I sat there, dazed. My head hit the steering wheel. Blood trickled into my eye. I saw headlights approaching. The sedan stopped at the top of the ditch. Doors opened. 2 men in suits got out. They wore gas masks. They walked down the slope toward the van. I grabbed the tire iron. I wasn't going down without a fight. But they didn't come for me. They went to the back doors. They ripped them open. One of them pulled a device out, a flamethrower. "Wait!" I screamed. "I'm in here!" They ignored me. The man with the flamethrower aimed it at the cooler. Whoosh! A jet of fire engulfed the back of the van. I scrambled out the driver's side door, crawling into the cornfield. The heat was searing. The van exploded. Boom! I covered my head as metal debris rained down. I peeked through the corn stalks. The cooler was glowing red-hot in the wreckage. But it wasn't melting. It was opening. The lid flew off, and something rose out of a fire. It wasn't a liquid anymore. It was a cloud, a purple, swirling cloud of smoke that took the shape of a man, a giant, towering man made of shadow and gas. The men in suits didn't run. They stood there, calm. One of them pulled out a specialized vacuum device, like a Ghostbusters pack. They turned it on. A vortex of suction pulled at the smoke creature. The creature roared. It was a sound that broke the windows of the sedan. "I am eternal!" The vacuum sucked it in. Slowly, inch by inch, The purple smoke was dragged into the containment unit. Once it was gone, the men clamped the unit shut. They looked at the burning van. "Driver's gone," one said. His voice was muffled by the mask. "Doesn't matter," the other said. "He was contamination. The breach is contained." They walked back to their car and drove away. I waited in the cornfield for an hour. I waited until the fire died down. Then I walked. I walked for 10 miles to the nearest town. I bought this phone. I rented a motel room. I thought it was over. I thought I was just a witness to some secret government cleanup. But this morning I woke up. I went to the bathroom to wash my face. I looked in the mirror. My eyes. My irises aren't brown anymore. They are purple, swirling dark purple. And when I speak, there is an echo. A second voice underneath mine, a little girl's voice. "We are safe now," it whispers when I talk. "We are warm." I didn't just open the cooler, I breathed it in. When the seal broke, when the air rushed out, I inhaled it. I am the container now, and I can feel it changing me. My skin is getting hard, cold, my blood feels thick, and I have an urge, a terrible, overwhelming urge. I want to go to the city. I want to go to a crowded place, a mall, a stadium, and I want to scream. I want to open my mouth and let it all out. I am fighting it. I am driving into the desert. I am going where there are no people. But the voice is getting louder. "Share us," it says. "Share the gift. If you see me, if you see a man with purple eyes driving the stolen car, run. Don't let me speak. Because I think if I scream, the world ends." That's the end of this story. Now we move on. I used an AI tool to restore old family photos. It found people who weren't there. I am a professional archivist. I specialize in digital restoration. People bring me their water-damaged wedding albums, their sun-bleached Polaroids of grandparents they never met, and I bring them back to life. I use a combination of Photoshop, high-resolution scanning, and recently, AI upscaling tools. I know the artifacts of compression. I know what a JPEG halo looks like. I know the difference between a smudge on the lens and a ghostly figure, or I thought I did. My grandmother passed away 3 weeks ago. She left me her house in rural Vermont, a sprawling, drafty Victorian that smelled of lavender and damp wood. In the attic, inside a cedar chest that hadn't been opened since the Reagan administration, I found the reels. They weren't photos. They were 8mm film canisters, dozens of them. Labeled in her shaky cursive, Summer 1955, Christmas 1962, The Lake House 1970. I brought them back to my studio in Boston. I have a telecine machine, a device that digitizes old film frame by frame. I wanted to surprise my dad with a montage for the funeral. I started with the reel labeled 4th of July, 1958. The footage was grainy, flickering with that nostalgic warmth you only get from celluloid. It showed a backyard barbecue. My grandfather, young and handsome, flipping burgers. My dad, a toddler, running through a sprinkler. It was wholesome. It was safe. But the quality was poor. The lighting was blown out, and the shadows were crushed into black voids. I decided to run it through a new beta software I'd been testing called Kronos Clear. It uses a generative adversarial network, a fancy AI, to not just sharpen images, but to predict missing data. It looks at a blurry face and calculates what the nose and eyes should look like based on bone structure and lighting. It's controversial in my field because it's technically inventing reality, but the results are usually breathtaking. I loaded the digitized footage into Kronos Clear. I set the parameters to maximum restoration and deep detail recovery. I hit render and went to make a sandwich. When I came back, the progress bar was green. I played the file. The difference was staggering. The grain was gone. The colors were vibrant. It looked like it had been shot yesterday on an iPhone 15. I could see the sweat on my grandfather's forehead. I could see the individual blades of grass. Then the camera panned to the tree line at the edge of the yard. In the original footage, the trees were just a dark blur of shadow. In the restored version, the AI had resolved the shadows. Standing just inside the woods watching the barbecue was a woman. She wasn't a guest. She was wearing a heavy woolen coat that was far too hot for July. Her skin was gray, and her neck was bent at a 90-degree angle, her head resting on her own shoulder as if the spine had been snapped. I froze, my hand hovering over the space bar. I rewound. I played it frame by frame. The AI tracked her. As the camera panned, she didn't move, but her eyes did. The software had resolved her pupils. They were locked onto my toddler father. "It's a glitch," I whispered to the empty room. "It's pareidolia." The AI saw a pattern of leaves and bark and thought it was a face. That happens. AI hallucinates faces in clouds or carpet patterns all the time. I deleted the cache and re-rendered the clip. If it was a random glitch, the generative noise should be different this time. The render finished. I played it. The woman was still there, but this time she had taken a step closer to the lawn. My stomach dropped. That shouldn't be possible. The source footage was the same. The AI should produce the same result or a random variation. It shouldn't advance the timeline. I grabbed another reel. Christmas, 1962. My dad would have been 7. I didn't watch the raw footage. I fed it straight into Chronos Clear. The scene was the living room, wrapping paper everywhere, a fire in the hearth. The restoration was crystal clear. And there, standing in the hallway behind the festive scene, was the woman. She was closer now. She was standing just outside the doorframe. Her neck was still broken, her head lolling sickeningly to the left. She was wearing the same wool coat, but the terrifying detail was her hands. She was holding a sack, a burlap sack that looked wet. It was stained dark at the bottom, and she was smiling. The AI had rendered the smile with horrifying precision. Her teeth were jagged, brown, and too small. I spent the next 6 hours processing every reel in the box. It became an obsession. I wasn't an archivist anymore. I was a detective at a crime scene. She was in every single reel. 1968, a graduation party. She was standing in the crowd, her broken neck making her head stick out among the sea of mortar boards. 1975, my parents' wedding. She was in the back pew of the church. The guests on either side of her didn't seem to see her, but they were leaning away from her, subconsciously leaving a bubble of empty space. The AI was getting better at rendering her, or maybe she was getting more real. In the 1980 footage, I noticed something that made me vomit in my wastebasket. It was footage of my own first birthday party. I was in a high chair, smashing cake. The woman was standing directly behind the high chair. Her hand, her gray, long-fingered hand, was resting on my shoulder. I checked the raw footage. In the original, there was just a shadow there, a trick of the light. But the AI had found the data. It had found the hand. I called my dad. It was 3 a.m. "Dad," I said, my voice shaking, "who is the woman with the broken neck?" Silence on the other end. Heavy, breathing silence. Dad? Where did you see her? His voice was a whisper, a terrified, childlike whisper. In the movies, Grandma's movies, I restored them. Dad, she's touched me in the birthday video. Who is she? She's the taker, my dad said. He sounded like he was crying. Grandma said we don't talk about her. If you don't talk about her, she stays in the peripheral. She stays in the blur. You can't make her clear, son. You must never make her clear. What happens if she gets clear? She comes through. The line went dead. I looked at my computer screen. The render of my birthday was still paused. The woman on the screen was looking at the camera. Then the video player glitched. It wasn't a digital artifact. It was the playhead moving. The video started playing, but I hadn't touched the mouse. And it wasn't the birthday video anymore. The screen showed my studio, my current studio. It was a live feed. The Chronos Clear software had hijacked my webcam. On the screen, I saw the back of my own head. I saw my messy desk. I saw the darkness of the hallway behind me. The software status bar read, Processing Real-Time Restoration. Phase 1, Denoising. Phase 2, Shadow Resolution. Phase 3, Entity Manifestation. I spun around in my chair to look at the hallway, empty. Just the coat rack and the door to the kitchen. I looked back at the screen. The AI was rendering the hallway. It was sharpening the shadows. In the monitor, the woman was standing in my hallway. She was no longer wearing the wool coat. She was wearing a tattered dress that looked like it was made of skin. Her head was still snapped to the side, her ear resting on her shoulder. She was looking at the back of my head. I grabbed the mouse to close the program. The cursor wouldn't move. A text box appeared on the screen, overlaying the video feed. Confidence interval, 99.9% object identified. The taker. Action, restore to foreground. No, I screamed. I reached for the power cord of the PC. On the screen, the woman moved. She didn't walk. She glitched forward. One frame she was in the hall, the next she was standing right behind my chair. I could see her face on the monitor. It was inches from my ear. I yanked the power cord. The computer shut off. The room plunged into silence. The fan spun down. I sat there in the dark, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I listened. The studio is soundproofed. I shouldn't hear anything, but I heard breathing. It was a wet, rattling sound, the sound of air being forced through a crushed windpipe. Hurrah! It was coming from directly behind me. I squeezed my eyes shut. Don't make her clear, my dad had said. She stays in the blur. If I don't look, she's not rendered. If I don't look, she's just data. I stood up, keeping my eyes closed. I felt my way to the door. I felt a coldness, a freezing, absolute zero coldness radiating against my back. Something brushed against my neck. It felt like hair. Greasy, wet hair. I burst out of the room and into the street. I ran until my lungs burned. I checked into a motel with bright lights and no shadows. That was 2 days ago. I haven't gone back to the studio, but I can't escape the technology. I was walking down the street today, and I passed an electronics store. A wall of 8K televisions was displaying a demo reel of a city street. As I walked past, the TVs flickered, the high-definition image sharpened. The pixels rearranged themselves, and there she was, in 8K resolution. Standing in the reflection of a shop window on the screen, she noticed me looking. She lifted her head. For the first time in 60 years of footage, she lifted her head off her shoulder. I heard the crack of the vertebrae snapping back into place, amplified through the store speakers. She looked straight at me through the TV screen, and then my phone buzzed. A notification from my cloud photo service. New memory created. I didn't open it. I threw the phone into a sewer grate. But I know what's happening. The algorithm isn't stuck on my computer. It's in the cloud now. It's in the network. It's processing every image, every camera feed, every video call. It's looking for her. And it's finding her. I'm writing this on a library computer. I have to be quick. The screen is starting to flicker. The contrast is deepening. The shadows in the corners of the desktop wallpaper are starting to take shape. She's not just haunting a family anymore. She's been upscaled. She is being rendered into the global resolution. And once the AI finishes processing her, once it reaches 100% clarity, she won't just be an image. I can hear the rattle behind the library stacks. The librarian just looked up. She's staring at the security monitor. Her face is pale. She sees it. The render is complete. That concludes this story. A new one begins now, the night shift. I am writing this down because I need someone to believe me, even if I never go back to that place again. I was broke. That is the only reason anyone takes the graveyard shift at a place like Ironclad Self-Storage. I was 23, living in a basement apartment that smelled like mold, and I had exactly $12 in my bank account. When I saw the ad online, Night Watchman, immediate start, cash pay, I didn't ask questions. I didn't ask why the last guy quit. I didn't ask why the pay was so high for sitting in a chair. The facility was located at the edge of town, where the paved roads turned into gravel and the streetlights stopped working. It was huge. Imagine a city made of metal. There were hundreds of shipping containers arranged in long, straight rows. Some were new and blue, others were old, rusted, and brown. They were stacked too high, creating narrow alleys that felt like tunnels. My station was a small white shack at the main gate. It was basically a tin can with a window. Inside, there was a desk, a rolling chair with a broken wheel, a coffee maker that burned everything, and a bank of 6 security monitors. "It's easy," the manager, Mr. Garrick, told me on my first night. He was a sweaty man who wouldn't look me in the eye. "Do your rounds every 2 hours. Shine your light down the rows. Check the locks. If you see kids, call the cops. If you see anything else, just stay in the booth and lock the door." "What do you mean, anything else?" I asked. He didn't answer. He just handed me a heavy ring of keys and walked to his truck. "Don't fall asleep, kid," he said, and then he was gone. The first week was boring. It was so quiet out there. The only sound was the wind humming through the gaps between the containers. It made a low, mournful, whistling sound, like someone blowing over the top of a glass bottle. But on the second Tuesday, the weirdness began. I was doing my 2 a.m. round. I was walking down row C. The gravel crunched loudly under my heavy boots. I was shining my flashlight on the padlocks, checking to make sure they were secure. Then I heard a radio. It was faint. It sounded like static mixed with a voice. It was coming from inside a container halfway down the row, Unit C-14. I stopped. I put my ear against the cold corrugated metal. "Help! Please! Cold!" It was a woman's voice. She sounded terrified. "Hello?" I yelled, banging on the door with my fist. "Is someone in there?" The voice stopped immediately. I grabbed my radio to call the police, but then I looked at the lock on the door. It was rusted solid. A thick layer of orange rust covered the latch. There were spider webs connecting the lock to the door handle, thick, dusty webs that had not been broken in years. Nobody had opened that door in a long time. "Hello?" I called again. Silence. I told myself it was just interference. Maybe a truck driver on the highway nearby using a CB radio, and the metal container picked up the signal. I walked back to the booth, but I kept looking over my shoulder. The next night, the weather turned bad. A heavy storm rolled in from the coast. The rain didn't just fall, it hammered down. It sounded like thousands of rocks hitting the metal roofs of the containers. The noise was deafening. I was sitting in the booth, watching the monitors. The rain made the cameras blurry. The black and white screens were just gray static and dark shapes. Then the phone in the booth rang. I jumped. I stared at it. It was an old landline phone. Nobody called the booth. I picked it up. "Ironclad storage. This is Evans." "Open the gate," a voice said. It was my voice. I almost dropped the phone. It wasn't just similar. It was my voice. It was the same pitch, the same accent. It sounded exactly like I had sounded when I answered the phone a second ago. "Who is this?" I asked, my hand shaking. "Who is this?" the voice on the phone repeated. But it didn't say it like a question. It said it like a recording. "Stop it," I said. "This isn't funny." "Stop it," the voice said. Then it laughed. A dry, glitchy laugh. "Open the gate, Evans. I want to come in." I slammed the phone down. I looked at the gate monitor. The front gate was closed. The road outside was empty. There was no car, no person, just the pouring rain. Then I saw movement on Monitor 3. Monitor 3 showed the back of the lot, the dead zone, we called it. It was where the oldest containers were kept. In the grainy footage, I saw a figure. It was tall, too tall. It looked like a person stretched out on a rack. Its arms hung down past its knees. It was standing in the middle of the aisle, facing away from the camera. It was perfectly still, letting the rain hit it. I grabbed my heavy flashlight and my baton. I didn't want to go out there, but that was my job. And if it was a prankster, I was going to kick them out. I stepped out of the booth. The wind hit me, instantly soaking my uniform. I ran toward the back of the lot. I counted the rows. A, B, C. I turned the corner into the dead zone. "Hey!" I shouted over the roar of the rain. "Get out of here! The police are on their way!" I pointed my flashlight beam down the aisle. It was empty. I walked forward, my heart hammering against my ribs. I swept the light left and right. Nothing but wet metal and puddles. Then I heard a sound from above. Clang! It was the sound of a heavy weight landing on a hollow metal roof. It came from the top of the container right next to me. Clang! Clang! Footsteps, heavy metallic footsteps running across the tops of the containers. I looked up. I flashed my light upward. For a second, the beam caught something. It was pale, white, like a maggot. It was crouching on the edge of the container roof, looking down at me. It didn't have a face. It just had a smooth surface where a face should be, but in the center there was a slit. A mouth. It opened that mouth and a sound came out. "Check the locks," it whispered. It was Mr. Garrick's voice. Perfect imitation. I didn't think. I ran. I slipped in the mud, scrambled up, and kept running. Behind me, I heard it jumping. Boom! It landed on the next container. Boom! It was getting closer. It wasn't running on the ground. It was hunting from above, leaping across the narrow alleyway like a spider. "Don't fall asleep, kid," the thing screamed from the darkness above. It was laughing now. "Don't fall asleep." I saw the light of the guard booth ahead. It looked like heaven. I sprinted the last 50 yards. I could hear the thing landing on the ground behind me now. Splash, splash. It was on my level. I threw myself at the door of the booth, ripped it open, and dove inside. I slammed it shut and locked the deadbolt. I backed away, grabbing the heavy desk and shoving it against the door. Thud! Something hit the door hard. The whole shack shook. "Open the gate," my own voice whispered from the other side of the thin door. "It's cold out here." I crawled into the corner under the desk. I covered my ears. I squeezed my eyes shut. It didn't stop. For hours it circled the booth. Sometimes it tapped on the glass window with a fingernail. Tap, tap, tap. Sometimes it banged on the roof. Sometimes it mimicked voices. My mom, my dad, Mr. Garrick. It recited conversations I had days ago. "I need this job," it whispered in my voice. "I have $12. I stayed under that desk until the sun came up. When the gray light of dawn finally filled the booth, the noises stopped. I waited another hour before I moved. I slowly pulled the desk away. I unlocked the door. The rain had stopped. The air was cold and fresh. I walked outside. The wet gravel was marked with mud. There were footprints all around the booth, but they weren't shoe prints. They looked like handprints, but with fingers that were too long and too many joints. They circled the booth over and over again. I didn't do a final round. I didn't write a report. I got in my rusted sedan and I drove away. I drove straight to Mr. Garrick's house. I knew where he lived because I had dropped off paperwork there once. I pounded on his door until he answered. He was in his bathrobe, holding a coffee. He looked at my pale face, my muddy uniform, and he knew. "I quit," I said, "and I want my pay." He didn't argue. He went inside, got his wallet, and handed me $300 cash. "Did you see it?" he asked quietly. "I saw something," I said. "What is it?" "I don't know," Garrick said. He looked tired. "It's been there since the place was built. It likes the containers. It likes the echoes. We tried to get rid of it. We brought in dogs once. The dogs, they didn't come back out of the maze." "You sent me in there knowing that?" I yelled. "I needed a guard." He shrugged. "Insurance requires it. If no one watches the monitors, we lose our license." Left him there. I took the money, and I drove 2 towns over. I rented a motel room for a week. That was 3 years ago. I have a new job now. I work in a library. It is bright, and there are always people around, and there are no metal boxes. But I am writing this because last night I was walking home. It was raining. I walked past a construction site. There was a large blue shipping container on the sidewalk used for storing tools. As I walked past it, I heard a sound from inside. Tap, tap, tap. I stopped. I couldn't help it. I looked at the metal wall. "Check the locks," a voice whispered from inside the locked box. It was my voice. I ran the rest of the way home. I locked every door. I closed every curtain. I know now that I didn't just leave that job. I took something with me, or rather, something decided that I was more interesting than the empty rows of the storage yard. It knows where I live, and every time it rains, I'm afraid to look out my window because I know that one day I will see those long white fingers tapping on the glass asking to come in.